Just find my speech. Hold on, I just can't find my starred emails. Yeah, I had trouble staff with my computer, city computer. I had to log off and go on to another device. Couldn't use it as a camera.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. We're just waiting for the YouTube to go live. For some reason, it's taking a while. We'll advise you momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like we have a full female contingent today. Hi, ladies.
How about Danny? Me?
Well, I'm saying a full, I mean, that we've maxed out on the women.
Right, exactly. I'm trying to find my speech here.
Nishi and Sophia, hi, good morning.
Morning, Laura. Morning, Nishi.
I'm not seeing starred messages here. Flagged. It's under flagged. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, let me know when we can get started. Yeah, the city computer is not working. Okay. Here.
Yeah? Okay. Mr. Chairman, I believe we're good to go.
Yes. Okay. So here is the mandatory opening remarks. Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar and online digital platform and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry, and when your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to the property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever properties to create new lots. Receiving a copy of the decision of the committee. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB, in the event of an appeal, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee rendered here today, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure is as follows. After dealing with some preliminary matters and deferral requests, and I believe we have 4 this morning, we will then go back to at the start of the agenda and go in order, and making your submissions where an application is uncontested. The agent or applicant may proceed with a presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to address the committee, and the committee may ask questions of each speaker and or then take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. The clock is up in the room, and we will comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark and ask you to wrap up. And when addressing the committee, please start off by clearly stating your name and your address for the record. And please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent goes first, makes their presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals made at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised, in order to ensure that the revised application is both accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application have been informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker at the end of their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or the agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. That will then mark the end of the discussion on the matter, and the matter is taken into the committee for decision. I believe we have the minutes of the September 29th hearing for approval today. Can I have a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Annie Bellissimo moves.
Thank you, Mr. Bellissimo. Seconded by
Laura Alderson.
Thank you, Laura. All in favor? Okay, the minutes, I don't see everyone, but I imagine the minutes are approved. Okay. Conflicts of interest. Does anyone have any conflicts of interest to declare, staff or panel members, on the matters before us this morning? Okay, if none to declare, Madam Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed today? Do we have staff? Any staff? Barb, Phil? Hello?
Mr. Chair, we're here and present. We're just making sure the senior staffer will be able to speak.
Thanks, Adam. Mr. Chair, Barb's not in today. I'll be in for her, and there are
Okay.
files to be closed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carolino. Okay, and so there's no conflicts, there's no files to be closed. Deferral requests, and we can start off. We have on the consolidated staff memo. By the way, are we online? Because I don't have anything on my screen. Oh, there you go. Okay, we're all here. Everybody's. Oh, now I see everyone. Welcome. Okay, panel members, by the way, participating today are Danny Bellissimo, Laura Alderson, Sophia Ruddick, and Michelle McCloskey, and I'm Michael Clark, the panel chair. So we have two items on the deferral memo from staff, and then it looks like going through the agenda, there are two others. So there was items 1 and 12, and then it looks like there's also items 2 and 4 that now are also going to be deferred. Is that correct, Mr. Carbolino?
We have 1, 2, 4, 12 as items where either the agent or the agent and city division have requested a deferral. And there's item 13 that the transportation services is requesting a deferral.
Okay, should we call that, I guess, as well to discuss the deferral request?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh, I see. That was the one that was approved in June 2022, but yeah, it sees we got in the additional materials, I guess, just yesterday. There was a parking variance added, and it looks like transportation was looking for a deferral. So we'll deal with that as well. Okay, so in terms of deferrals, the first item we'll call is item number 1, 6 Hill Heights Road. That is one of the ones that was on the consolidated memo from staff for reasons 1 and reason 6. 6 being a request by the applicant. It looks like, looking at this memo, oh, I'm seeing that's what I brought. I'm on the additional materials right now, not on the actual agenda. Okay. Okay, so why don't we, while I'm doing that, why don't we hear from the agent who's present to speak on this matter? I'm just going to get.
Good morning. This is Jan Teamstra representing the client, the owner.
Welcome.
Thank you. The reason for the deferral is the planning department stated they won't support the application, would object to it. If we apply for 2 apartment units, they prefer to see 1 unit, new unit only, and that the proposed other bachelor unit be made into an amenity space. The existing building is built in the 60s. Typically, they don't have amenity spaces, and so the client has agreed.
Right, I see that you wanted to have a bachelor and another 1 bedroom, and they said that area you're going to use for the bachelor should be used for amenity space. So as a result, I guess you have to, your variances will change.
Yes.
So that's the reason for the deferral. Okay, staff members, any questions for the speaker? And please state your name. I don't know if you heard you state your name or not.
Oh, yeah, it's Jan Teamstra.
Okay. I'm having trouble getting my list up here. Are there any other speakers on this matter? Staff? I'm just trying to get my list opened. Staff? Okay, I got it open now. No, we do not have any other speakers. Any questions for the agent, or can someone make a motion for deferral?
Danny Bellissimo moves for deferral.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Laura Alderson. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, the matter is deferred. We'll see you again here, Mr. Teamstra.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next item then on our list for deferral is item number 2. There were 6 variances. The reason for this is the sign was not posted, it appears. Planning was also looking for a refusal. We had a planning justification, so we'll also give the applicant more time to deal with that. Melissa Mello, I believe, is the speaker. No, it's Matthew Rabeau. He's the only speaker. Mr. Rabeau?
Hello, speaking?
Yes, is that Mr. Rabeau?
Yes, it is. Matthew Rebo from Perspective Views, representing the owners.
You're welcome.
Morning.
So
Yeah, we're
this
gonna
matter
have
is
to defer.
flagged for deferral, correct?
Yes, please.
And that's, I guess you got a negative planning report. It'll give you a chance, but also the sign wasn't posted, which is
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll see you here, Ben. I guess you can get staff the information about posting the sign and get back on the agenda when you're ready. That members can have a motion to defer, please.
I'm happy to make that motion for deferral.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Seconder for that.
Pia Reddick, second.
Thank you. All in favor? Unanimous. The matter is deferred. We'll see you here again, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. The next one is item number 4, and I see we have a lot of speakers on that one. 180 Lakeshore Drive. This is for a detached dwelling with a attached garage. There were 6 variances. We had a revised notice, now 4. Planning recommending refusal even after the changes. 2 letters of opposition. In the additional materials, the applicant is requesting a deferral in order to work with planning staff and the neighbors and bring this matter back. The urban forestry was also looking for condition 3. So the speaker for this, the agent is the Nafisa Zangiabadi, and we have 3 neighbors present on the line to speak to the merits, 188, 170, 178 Lakeshore Drive, but we'll just be dealing with the deferral issue. Ms. Zangiabadi,
Yes.
welcome. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
So as you mentioned, we received last minute letter of objections from our neighbors just before the long weekend, so we didn't get a chance to talk to them and address their concern. Also, even after revising the drawings, the staff still had concern with the proposal. So we're requesting a deferral to work both with planning staff and talk to our neighbors and revise the drawings and address their concerns.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Zangiabadi, the agent, or if not, we'll just weigh in with the other neighbors and just as a courtesy regarding the deferral. Hopefully the application will be changed to make changes to make it more palatable, more acceptable to the neighbors. So let's hear from the first neighbor, Mr. Backus, Michael Backus at 188 Lakeshore. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Michael Backus at 188 Lakeshore, and I am posing that this deferral should probably not happen right now. I think it should be a complete refusal because they're asking for way more than a minor variance. It's quite a major variance in all areas.
Right. So, sir, the reason for deferrals, they now realize due to the issues, and perhaps they should have realized, but this is a common occurrence that they ask for a deferral, and it's at their peril because any delay just means it's not built. So to sort of oppose it as opposed to we're not a punitive body, so rather than having to start over again, they want to kind of make changes. They have stated for the record that they want to make work with the neighbors, and I don't know if you've already met with your neighbor or whatever, but they want to work with planning staff and the neighbors to come back with a more palatable proposal. Okay, so
I do understand. Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, so let's and you'll be re-notified, sir, for sure. In the meantime, if you want to, hopefully weigh in with we have 2 letters of opposition, so the applicant is aware of what some of the problems were. That's the neighbor. We have a letter from 172 and from 196. That's what 188. That's your letter. Okay, so thank you, sir. Let's just go back then. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Backus? Okay, so 170 Lakeshore, Rafal Cuss.
Mr. Chair, Rafal will not be joining the call today. So we can move on to Karsten.
Okay, and maybe just for the rest of the morning, if there's someone, and I know we have one matter with a lot of speakers, if there's, maybe tell me at the outset if someone's not online, especially if it's only one neighbor who's not online, because then we consider it's opposed as opposed to not opposed. So
I just heard my name. I'm Karsten here. Hi.
Okay, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
178. So this matter, I guess you've heard, is going to be deferred in order for the applicant to make it more palatable and make changes given the planning recommendation for refusal and the letters of objection.
Oh, okay. I understand.
So you will be re-notified when this matter is brought back on. In the meantime, hopefully it'll improve perhaps more to your liking.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
so much.
thank you. Okay, so Ms. Zangiabati, I guess there's no reason to go back to for any comments. So staff, any questions or a motion to defer?
Danny Bellissimo would like to move for deferral on the basis that the applicant would like to consult with planning staff and the neighbors.
Okay, yeah, they've already made some changes, but that sounds like maybe they'll make more. Okay, a seconder for that motion.
I'm happy to second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, the matter is deferred. We'll see you back here again. Okay, the next one is actually item number 12, then 67 North Drive. And this is an application for a detached dwelling with detached garage with a total of 21 variances. It's on the list of reasons 2 and 6, 6 being the agent's request, and Urban Forestry was also looking for refusal. So the speaker on this matter, speakers, wow, there's only one speaker, Mr. Stoyanovsky.
Good afternoon, Chairman Committee. My name is Orest Stoyanovsky. I'm an agent on this application. We would like to defer our application as per planning comments. We made some changes and we are in the process of obtaining new zoning notice to verify the accuracy of revised application. So we should be ready for next available hearing.
Okay, I've been on committees of adjustment for many years. Don't usually see 21 variances on an application. And it looks like, yeah, they're like, sometimes it's under, and it looks like they're all more or less under the same bylaw. It's not like there's duplicate bylaws, but in any event, we'll see you back here again, I guess. But there's no one else on the line that was looking to speak to this, so that's kind of interesting. I assume there was a sign and there was notification to the area neighbors, correct? So interesting. Okay, staff, any staff, panel members, any questions for Mr. Stoyanovsky, or is someone ready for a motion?
I just wanted to ask whether the applicant was aware that Urban Forestry is seeking refusal of this application.
Yes, we talked to Urban Forestry. Unfortunately, they submitted a report before we talked, and we were able to revise our application. Hopefully, they're not going to be asking for refusal for the next hearing.
For the next round, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. Okay, yeah. I'm happy to make a motion for a deferral.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alderson. Seconder for that. Ms. McCluskey, thank you. All in favor? Okay, the matter is deferred unanimously. Okay, and so accordingly, it looks like we can go back to the top of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, we have another deferral. It's item number 13.
Oh, that's the transportation. That's the one that was flagged. It's just transportation request for a deferral. I guess that was in the additional material staff received yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was.
Okay, so we have one speaker, Jay Smith, the agent. Mr. Smith, welcome. Applicant at 6 Orchard Crest, item number 13. Application to construct a 2-story rear addition. A previous Committee of Adjustment decision approved variance related to height and setbacks. There is one variance, the FSI, and on this application, there were 3 variances approved in June. You're now coming back for an additional variance. It's a question whether they missed the variance. I have a note here, the variance in June, whether that was missed. We do have a copy of an old decision from 1988, and then we have an email from the applicant regarding the variance being added. Actually, the transportation, now it's not in the additional materials. This is in the main body, and that's a memo dated October the 6th. So can you speak to the matter of this deferral are you in favor of this deferral request by transportation?
We're not, but I will of course defer to the committee's judgment on this, Mr. Chair. We do have a unique situation. We have dealt with the parking since that October 7th letter, and it's been uploaded to the AIC with a new site plan for referral today. On the 9th, we were before you. They did miss a GFA variance. We were approved. We received the ZAP certificate on the 9th of August. We filed the permits on September the 9th. The new zoning examiner found that they had missed the GFA variance, so we have had to come back before you today.
Okay.
On the 6th of October, the same examiner realized he missed a parking variance twice. Instead of having to defer and come back before you, we submitted a new site plan. We have also uploaded email from the examiner saying that the new site plan does comply with the parking bylaw and we don't need the variance. We are hoping to not defer today because we now comply with what transportation has requested. But if committee does require it, we will defer.
Well, if you're telling us that they're satisfied, and it's pretty unfortunate that this matter was missed, and this is I guess you can't go ahead with your 2-story rear addition until this matter is dealt with. So you've been, it's now October, and that was back in June. You would have been on your way. So they've missed variances, and you said you have uploaded the information, so you're satisfied. I don't know if the other members would agree that we should perhaps be hearing this today and put you back in the loop. So, members, what do you think about the matter of deferral? Should this matter be deferred? Staff missed this variance, that's why they're back here, and the applicant has just explained that he has dealt with the situation.
I think the applicant's explanation is sufficient to hear this application today. I don't know what the other members feel about it, but that's my view.
Okay, so let's put that as a motion on the floor and see who salutes. It's a motion to hear the matter today. It's a seconder for that.
Danny Bellissimo.
Oh, saw both hands go up. Ms. McCluskey, thank you. All in favor? Okay, the matter will proceed, so we'll put you back. Mr. Stoyanovsky, we'll hear you a little later this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so in that case, we can go back, and first item we're going to hear, I guess, is item number 3, 110 Crennan Avenue. And this is an application to legalize and maintain the rear yard deck under construction. And there is the one variance. We have order to comply. Planning has given a condition of approval in the event of approval. They want a 1.5 meter privacy screen at the on the rear deck. And there is only the one variance. I mean, the additional materials we have, we've been provided with some photos of the situation, and the speaker on this application is Alan Fernandez, the agent for the applicant. He is the only speaker.
Hello.
Welcome, Fernandez.
Hi, my name's Alan. I'm from Solar Pools, and I'll be representing the homeowners today.
Okay.
So pretty much on this project, yeah, we had an existing deck that was 12 feet off the back face of the house. The homeowners wanted to utilize a little more space up above, so we've extended it 4 feet 4 inches to make it a 16-foot 4 deck. We were unaware of the bylaw that stated the 8-foot maximum encroachment off of the deck, and obviously we're looking for approval on ours now.
Yep.
We have seen the comments that the screen on the south side of the deck would be a condition of the approval, and we just wanted to make it known, and I believe I attached pictures yesterday that I sent over.
Yes.
That show that we have installed a screen actually halfway up the south side. It's the 2 frosted glass screens there up on that side.
Mhm.
And those 2 screens screen off those windows on the neighbor's side lot. And the remaining exposed area is just on their roof line there. So pretty much what we're arguing is, obviously we're aware that we're arguing for a grievance. You don't necessarily need to have extend the other 2 panels.
Was community planning aware of that you already had that screen?
I am not entirely sure. I don't believe they were. We installed it just as a pretense to say, hey, let's try to maintain the privacy between both homeowners, and that was our way of setting that
So
up.
you feel what you've done is sufficient. We don't have any other speakers here. We don't have anything in writing from your neighbor, the affected neighbor. So the planning condition is providing a 1.5 meters privacy screen along the south side of the rear deck, as opposed to what you're showing that you've done. So committee members, I guess it's up to you to decide whether that you feel that is sufficient. The applicant feels it is. We don't have anything from the neighbor. Does anyone have any questions? And if no questions, so I guess the, sir, I don't know if you were finished your submission, so please, if you'd like to.
Yeah, pretty much that was essentially most of it. Obviously, since we are facing their side lot line, we were hoping that providing that half screen for those 2 windows would be sufficient, because obviously the rest of it is a roof line.
Okay, perhaps we can get that picture enlarged back up on the screen and see if anyone has any questions, and or if someone's ready to make a motion, either to, it looks like everyone's in favor of the approval of the variance per se, and whether the condition should be what community planning has written, or whether what we've seen in the photo is whether members feel that is sufficient or even perhaps better. Would there be some reasons why the neighbor would prefer this, as rather than having this, a larger privacy screen? Because privacy works both ways. It also kind of encloses. So, sir, what do you feel this is a benefit to the neighbor?
Well, we think that it's sort of a split between the 2, because obviously it provides us the privacy on our end, but at the same time, since the screen is beyond those 2 windows there, we can't look into their lot, they can't look in ours in that area. So that was our hope of saying, hey, we're hoping that that is sufficient enough in terms of privacy, because down below it's a roof that our homeowner would be looking at. So it's not necessarily a privacy statement.
I have a question.
So, yeah, so I guess the question is, and before you do that, I just want to ask you, honestly speaking, if you can give me a frank answer, if you were the neighbor living next door, would you be as satisfied with this? You figure the other situation is a better situation?
Personally, I believe that I would be comfortable with it, as the windows are beyond the screen.
Okay, Mr. Bellissimo.
Sorry, it's my question.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard.
I know I have a deep voice, but
okay, sorry.
I'm just wondering if the neighbor at 108 has been consulted in this, and what their opinion is. I mean, has the applicant engaged with the owner at 108?
So we are aware that the homeowners did discuss between each other what the screen has done. We haven't heard anything negative from the homeowner, but we haven't gotten an out and out. Yeah, the homeowner is 100% happy and doesn't think we should extend the screen.
So you don't know if he's okay with this, frankly.
Well, we haven't heard anything negative.
Okay.
And the screen was obviously installed when we initially had gotten this variance or gotten the notice.
Well, my inclination would be to leave this up to the neighbors to discuss and to work out rather than making it a condition. But, you know, I'm not sure what everybody else is thinking about that.
Okay, would anyone else like to weigh in with a comment?
Yeah.
Or does that may constitute, do you want to go ahead with that motion to approve it with, although I guess if there's no condition in place for what they've done, then if they decided to take that down also, I guess, but they want, you know, whereas Mr. Cernovsky, they, I guess, want their privacy too. It goes both ways. It's privacy for them as well as privacy for the neighbors. So I don't think we're in too much fear that they're going to take it down if it's not a condition. Okay, so Ms. Alderson, would you like to make that in the form of a motion?
I'll make that motion. I was hoping to hear from another panel member to see what their thoughts were, but I'll make that motion that it be resolved, hopefully amicably between two neighbors at 108 and the property in question.
So what you're saying is no condition. You can't say
no condition. Yes, no condition imposed by the city. Yes.
Thank you. Seconder for that motion.
I'll second that motion, Nishi.
Thank you, Ms. McCluskey. All in any discussion?
No, I mean, I would have preferred, you know, like a letter from the applicant just stating, you know, confirming that the neighbor was, you know, consulted and okay with it. But I think that, you know, they've also explained themselves and it looks like it's a.
I guess, and the application would have gone out is for the variance, not for anything to do with the fence.
Exactly. Yeah.
If they said, "Oh, okay with that," they look at the existing situation.
Sure. It would have been nice, but at the end of the day, I have no issue approving it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The application is approved without condition. Thank you, Mr. Stoyanowski. It is Mr. Stoyanowski, I believe, right? This keeps closing.
I don't know. There's a Mr. Wills on screen, so.
Okay, sorry. It was Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Stoyanowski was the number 12, number 13. Sorry about
who is Adam Wills?
Wills is, I guess, one of our staff members. Adam Wills is
He's one of our staff. He's the presenter for today. So he's there because he's going to be uploading the documents to the screen.
Okay.
He's the guy with the deep, nice radio voice when he does the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so item 4 has been deferred, so we'll move right along to item number 5, which is 175 Brentwood Road, Road North. And we have on this application, a number of people registered to speak in addition to Mr. Eagleman, the agent. It's an application to construct a 1-story front addition, a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling, interior alterations, and an attached garage. There are 11 variances, and we have a cover letter, 4 letters of support, a lot of information. This is one I see. The transportation was also asking for a deferral on this. We have a cover letter and another letter from the homeowner. We have 2 letters from the homeowner. An updated one dated October the 6th. And we have supplementary materials. We have a revised cover letter from the homeowners, right, on September 26th. And then again from October 6th. Planning is recommending refusal in their memo dated September the 30th. Councillor Grimes, this is interesting, on October the 5th, mentioned he was happy that there were no trees and that the neighbors were in support. And he said, as of now, there is no comments from planning, when in fact, that was October 5th, and we had a planning report dated of September 30th. So I don't know if that would have changed Councillor Grimes' position. And that's about it. So the speakers for this matter after that introduction is David Eagleman, as well as we have the neighbors for 173 Brentwood, 161 Brentwood, and 76 Princeton Road registered to speak as well. So let's go to Mr. Eagleman. Welcome, sir. And we have also forestry. We're looking for a condition number 1 on this, and we have a forestry explanation letter.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. David Eagleman, 900 the East Mall, Suite 300, and I am a planner here on behalf of the owner.
Okay, so yeah, we have the 11 variances, and we have planning recommended refusal in their memo. And Councillor Grimes, we're not sure what Councillor Grimes would do, but he was in favor. Mentioned that planning had not weighed in.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if I may provide a presentation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So through you, Mr. Chair, before getting into the variances, I would like to preface this presentation with the fact that almost all of the variances requested are a result of the fact that this is an addition to an existing dwelling. We have obtained over 20 signatures in support of this application, including both immediately adjacent neighbors. And I have reviewed the reports from both planning staff and transportation, and I respectfully disagree with their recommendations. I have also reviewed the urban forestry memorandum and have no issues with their recommended condition. Regarding transportation's report, we did consult with them and have submitted a revised site plan as well as a revised zoning waiver in an attempt to satisfy their concerns. Specifically, we have eliminated the driveway width variance, which is an existing condition, but nonetheless, we have reduced the driveway width to 2.99 meters, which matches the existing width of the garage. And this has also resulted in a setback from the driveway paving to the existing hydro pole of 0.91 meters, where transportation asked for 1 meter from the paving to the existing hydro pole. And that hydro pole is existing on the driveway currently today.
So our first, we should interrupt, and I'm going to give you another 30 seconds because you started late. 9, 9, 10, and 11 are still in there then? We don't change any of those variances?
Item 10 and 11, yes, the only, sorry, no, item 10 has been deleted.
Okay, you got to tell us that. We don't have that on our, we don't have a revised plan or anything. You're telling us now that you're deleting that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I am deleting.
Okay.
My apologies. I addressed that I did state that, but I didn't.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So, we have also reduced the width of the front entrance walkway to 1.5 meters, which is what transportation has requested, and the proposed driveway is well over 1 meters from the neighboring property line. And the parking space width variance is a currently existing condition that is being maintained through this proposal because, again, this is an addition. So we believe that we have addressed transportation's comments and have done as much as possible to satisfy them without proposing an entirely new dwelling on the property. Transportation's concerns with the proposal are practically all due to the existing condition of the property, which ultimately makes it very difficult to address their comments when proposing an addition. Regarding planning staff's report, we did consult with them. However, we felt that what they have asked for would result in the loss of usable floor space without having any material impact on the overall massing and built form that is proposed. Specifically, planning staff requested that we reduce the lot coverage to 40% by eliminating the second floor overhangs, garage addition, and other projections which contribute to the lot coverage, which would also resolve their concerns with the setbacks because the second floor overhangs are what are contributing to the proposed setback variances. The reduction in lot coverage that was requested by planning staff would result in only a 12.11 square meter or 130.4 square feet reduction, which would have a negligible impact on the massing of the dwelling and would result in the loss of usable floor space. Additionally, the proposed lot coverage is only 18.11 square meters or 195 square feet over what currently exists on the subject property. In terms of the proposed setbacks, the setback variances are all a result of the proposed second floor overhangs, which result in only a minor reduction to the existing setbacks and is only for the second floor. The front yard setback is a reduction of only 42 centimeters from what exists. The rear yard setback is a reduction of 60 centimeters from what exists. And the side yard setback is a reduction of 78 centimeters from what exists. Once again, these setbacks are a result of the proposed second floor overhangs, which are only on the second floor, as well as the garage addition, which is only a small portion of the main wall abutting Brentwood Road North. The proposal is largely maintaining the existing setbacks with only minor reductions due to the second floor overhangs. Regarding the FSI, the proposed GFA is 253.44 square meters, which translates to 0.84 times the lot area and will be spread over 2 floors. The resulting dwelling is in keeping with the existing character, and dwellings in the area mostly consist of 2 stories with sloped roofs, and that proposal will be consistent with that character. There have been a number of approvals. If for the sake of time, I won't list out all of them, but I can if the members would like me to.
Mr. Chairman, we're at over 6 minutes at this point.
Yeah, I know, but he started 30 minutes, 30 seconds late, and I interrupted him, so I'm going to let him go a little longer.
No problem.
Almost done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for advising. Thanks.
Regarding the remaining variances, they are all very minor. The length, height, canopy encroachment, and window encroachment, those are very minor, and for the sake of time, I need not go into the detail of those variances. So based on the provided justification, I'm of the opinion that this proposal fits in with both the existing and planned context for the neighborhood, is consistent with the redevelopment trends along Brentwood Road North and the broader neighborhood. And for these reasons, I believe this application represents good planning and meets the 4 tests under section 45(1).
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I see very helpful that your client sent those 2 letters. It's September 26th. We have a couple of copies of those, and then the revised one, October the 6th. And shows that you're keeping, I assume at least one of the speakers, Ms. Linda Stein, is assumingly speaking in favor, because we see that from the information. So let's hear from the neighbors. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Eagleman at this point? And I do have just one little comment either for you and or staff. Variance number 6, it talks about length and then it talks about depth. Is that, we're okay with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that is a typo on the public notice. That should say length. However, the variance itself is correct.
Yeah, and it's 0.16 of a meter. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so if there's no one else has any questions for Mr. Eagleman, let's hear from the other speakers on this matter. First one is Linda Stein, next door at 173 Brentwood. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, as stated, I am 173 Brentwood, and we are adjacent to the applicant's home. And I'm just here to offer personal support for the variances they've requested. We do feel that having lived in this neighborhood for 30 plus years and seen some very massive renovations and rebuilds on some of these properties, some of which surprised us in the size and scope. But we believe that people should, be able to do what they want with their property within reason, of course. Many of the builds that we've seen in recent years have been, of course, developers buying up these small homes and expanding them greatly. In this case, this is a family just seeking to make the house more livable for themselves, present, their family today and in the future, with anticipating other family members living with them. So we certainly hope the committee will look favorably on their request for a variance. Particularly, they do have quite a tiny private part of their yard, and to have family to be able to have access to that from the house is definitely improves quality of life, quality of family life, safety, and so on with a small child. And the garage, you know, the existing garage size seems has been acceptable all these decades. So we would hope that they would be allowed to keep that at the size that it is to make this all work well for their family. So, and we have no issues with any of the design elements that they are hoping to incorporate.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for nice neighbor to stay on the line and come forward. At least you don't have to make a trek down to City Hall to the Civic Center, but very nice, and it's nice to see you on video too. Not as many people take the benefit of that feature though, since it's been last couple of months. So thank you for those comments. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Ms. Linda Stein or Mr. Bellissimo?
I don't have questions, but I would like to weigh in on this when you're ready to open it up for discussion.
Okay, yeah, we still have to hear from a few neighbors. So the question is,
sorry about that. I thought
do you want to ask this neighbor whether she feels she disagrees clearly with planning's opinion that this is the massing is too great?
Yeah, maybe I could just comment.
Well, when we wait then for hear from everyone.
Okay, that's fine.
You'll speak for sure. Thank you, Mr. Bellissimo. Okay, so the next speaker, if no one else has any questions from Ms. Stein, is Tracy Gray at 76 Princeton Road. Assume that's behind.
Hi there, Tracy Gray, 76 Princeton Road.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I see you're sort of behind the property at the next corner. There's a couple of intervening properties on Valiant at 29 and 27, but you're behind there at 76.
Correct. So we're just calling in to support the Solansky family second-story build. We've seen the plans. We think what they're building and proposing is completely in character with all of the homes in the neighborhood. We think that the second story, is completely built upon the existing foundation. Extending the garage forward by 2 feet is completely logical and gives them access to be able to walk down to the backyard. They have a small child in kindergarten. So for safety reasons, we completely agree with that as well. And we think that the character of the house and everything that they've proposed completely fits in with the neighborhood. We've lived in the neighborhood since '96, so we've seen a lot of these large builds that the former speaker was talking about, and this one seems to be very in character and reasonable for the neighborhood, and are in support.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Does anyone have any questions for Tracy Gray at 76 Princeton? Okay, so in that case, the next, Mariana Bubrin at 161 Brentwood.
Good morning. My name is Marianne Bubrin.
Marianne, you're getting an echo. So you're going to have to log out of one of the devices. You're logged into 2 devices on WebEx. So you're going to have to log out of one of them. So Marianne, I have, I'm going to expel one of your devices here on WebEx. Can you hear me, Marianne?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Marianne.
Yes, I'm sorry. I know I have quite a loud voice. Good morning to all. My name is Marianne Booburn, and I live at 161 Brentwood Road North. I too would like to join the other two people who have spoken. This new home at 161 Brentwood would be a positive addition to my neighborhood. I would say that the home takes only the footprint of what already exists, which is great news, I believe. The scrutiny with which the property is being treated is a little surprising. In my block alone, there are 2 huge homes, and they were given all variances as requested by the committee some time ago. One house is still under construction. The homes that had additions put on them all had small garages, and these indeed were let go. And there must be a compass of equality in dealing with these permits, I think, because there have been so many minor variances, and I do stress minor for this street, that were allowed. And in that light, these variances should be permitted. Once the house is built, the garage moving forward, the overhang, to me as a neighbor, these remain non-issues. I encourage all of you to look forward and to allow this build with minor variances, especially since there is so much support from the neighbors. I looked at the Committee of Adjustment hearing, and there are 4 tests. This is not to remind you, the members, you know your test. But it says, 1, the Committee of Adjustment hearing, is the general intent and purpose of the city's official plan maintained? Yes. The general intent and purpose of the city's zoning bylaw? Yes. And I would like to stress the adjective general, because general is allowed to accommodate small variances. Is the proposal appropriate for the development? Yes, in comparison with the 2 monster homes on the street. Yes. And the variance, is the variance minor? Yes, I believe it to be minor as compared with the other variances that have been permitted. So I too am in favor of this new build, and I thank the members, the chair, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my neighbors.
Thank you very much. And I can see as well, Ms. Booburn, that I said at the outset there were 4 letters of support, but one of the letters, and you were the first signatory, is actually a petition. And I counted, there's many, were 2 people per address, but just looks like 23 different households have signed this petition, including a couple of the other speakers who also wrote in.
Yes.
Is there, but we have, you'd like to say, overwhelming support, notwithstanding the planning recommendation for refusal. And apologies to Mr. Eagleman before we go back. Variance 10 was deleted, I see now in the additional materials. So it's not like you did it on the fly today. Okay, so back to David Eagleman to, I guess, not in this case rebut, because all speakers were in favor. None of the speakers, so as stated in my opening speech, you don't have to really rebut, but maybe echo the worthiness. So we'll put it back to you for a brief comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not a common occurrence to have 3 neighbors come speak in support. So I don't really have anything to add to my initial presentation, other than that I wholly agree with all the neighbors. As you said, we have overwhelming support for this application. And as I said in the outset of my presentation, a number of the variances are caused by the fact that this is an addition to an existing house. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eagle. Anyone have any follow-up questions for Mr. Eagleman or Now let's go to Mr. Bellissimo for his general comment.
Thank you. Could staff put on the location map so I could address my issues with the other members? It is the site location map.
Danny, this site plan or location map?
It's a location map, sorry. It's on our items, the second one. It's a location map, which is a colorful map.
Thank you. I'll bring it up.
Green open space.
There we go.
That's it. And would you be able to zoom in so we can see some color? Is that possible? If not, that's fine. So I'd like to address this proposal because I think this is one of the best examples I've seen since I've been on the committee. This is an existing house footprint on a corner lot, which usually has minimal impact on neighbors anyway. But in addition to that, it has a huge street allowance, has an open space, the green triangle. And so any proposal here would have very minimal impact. And this would have been if this house was for sale, for sure, a developer would have picked it up and built a huge monster home here because of that. And so in my view, it is sitting on an existing footprint, which is excellent. It respects the neighborhood. It is an addition, not a new built. It has an incredible character that fits in with the surrounding homes. The large open space convinces me that these variances are minor. The fact it's working, most of the variances are a result of existing conditions. And there are many other homes in the area which have two-story. And the last is the consultation process in this application is excellent. I wish we had many more. So I'd like to move for approval of the variances based on a revised zoning waiver that we received in the additional package. And no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Bellissimo. You're for that motion, for that, especially when we get a negative planning report to sort of understand. And in this case, you're saying compared to if this was a new build, someone would be building something way bigger, way more massing, and city planning perhaps didn't consider that as you have. We have a seconder for Mr. Bellissimo's motion.
Mr. Chair, just before we go there, can we get a direction from the committee as to variance number 6's typo, where the word depth should be changed to length, please?
Yep. So perhaps, Mr. Bellissimo, you conclude that with your motion.
Sure. So my understanding from what the applicant was saying that it is depth, not length. Is that correct? We have to make sure about that.
No, it's length.
Oh, it is length. Okay, so the maximum permitted length is 17.
Yes, that's correct, Mr.
Okay, so then we can revise. So I don't know how we do this, because I've never done this before. Then yes, my motion would be that item number 6 would read the maximum permitted dwelling length is 17 meters, if based on what you're telling me. Thank you.
And then they're doing is 17.16, which is certainly minor.
Yeah, it is minor, but I just wanted to make sure the wording was correct, because length and depth are two different things.
Yeah.
One starts from the beginning of the house, one starts from the property setback. So I want to make sure that the applicant understands that.
Sure.
Yeah, so the issue is I think he understands, but the issue is it's not a question. It's a minimal and not a notice issue.
Exactly.
Yes, the import that.
That's but my motion approved a 6, yes. Thank you.
For sure. Okay. Second for Mr. Bellissimo's motion.
So I'll second that. Well said, Danny.
Thank you. Any discussion?
No, I think that the as Danny mentioned, corner lot consultation was excellent on this. The fact that speakers came as well in favor of the application. Yeah, to get.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The application is approved. Thank you, Mr. Eagleman. And perhaps we're now been at this over an hour. Perhaps we'll take a 15-minute break, return at 10:50 to do number 6. Okay, if that's acceptable to everyone. Okay, have a good break. Okay, welcome back. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Get started again. Item number 6 is 15 Matane Court. It's an application to construct a one-story rear addition, and there are 4 variances. Planning has a condition of approval. In the event of approval, they want a condition to construct as illustrated on the site plan dated August 4th. We have 3 letters of support, and that's all we have. The speaker for this application is Austin Amino, who's the agent.
Mr. Amino,
Is
you can
Austin there?
unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
Okay. So this is for a one-story rear addition.
Yep.
And you have support. Do you want, I don't know if we need a whole presentation on this. Looks like you have support, and you have a condition from city planning. I assume that's acceptable to you and your client?
Yep, we agree with the staff report, and we appreciate that they understand our proposal.
Okay, anything you'd like to advise the committee members?
I guess just to add, we did talk to other neighbors as well. So aside from those support letters, we also talked to about 7 other neighbors, which had no comments. So we believe that everybody's in support of our proposal.
Okay, members, any questions for the agent? And if not, is someone ready to weigh in with a motion?
Andy Bellissimo. This proposal is basically rear addition with very minimal impact, given that it's the same height of the existing house. And the uses are compatible with the surrounding neighbors. I move for approval on the condition of planning. The applicant's aware of the condition, correct?
Yep.
Okay. As you said, so the planning recommendation would be that the proposed development shall be constructed as illustrated in the site plan submitted August 4th, 2022, and held on file by the Committee of Adjustment as it relates to the rear yard setback and roof eaves protection. I think that's the only condition.
Yeah, I don't think there's any urban
That's
forestry.
it. You're right. That's the only condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bellissimo. Do a seconder for Mr. Bellissimo's motion.
I'm happy to
Ms.
second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. You have your approval.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Our next application is item number 759 Edgecroft Road. It's an application to construct a new rear yard deck. A previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances with dwelling length, soffit height, and driveway width. And we have urban forestry looking for condition number 3. There are 2 variances, and we don't have, I just noticed, we don't have a copy of the previous decision in our package, but that's all we have. And the speaker for this is Antonella Ferroni Wild.
Good morning. Ms. Antonella, good morning. I'm not sure if you'd like a presentation, but I do want to just go through why we're here in terms of the coverage for this deck. As you see, it is a deck, and that doesn't happen often that we're here for coverage. But what did happen is, at the time of the past decision, we had proposed front and rear covered porches. For some reason, they were excluded from the coverage. Now, my calculations on the drawings did show them as included. I questioned it, but I was told that they were excluded and didn't need to be part of the variances requested. So those those porches took up 6.4% of the lot area. The deck we're proposing today is 4.8% of the lot area. If the porches had been included in the lot coverage, I'm sorry, not area coverage, at the time of the first application, then we wouldn't be here today for the deck. What I mean is that the porches were not included, and when we had final binding letters, etc., we submitted them to the zoning department. The certificate was issued. Once I prepared the working drawings, the permit drawings, it was assigned to a new zoning examiner. At that time, they realized the error, but without our knowledge or the homeowner's knowledge, they decided to accept the error and issue the permit. So this permit is still open, meaning the house is complete. The front and rear porches are built, but they wanted to diminish the drop from the rear porch to grade by adding this deck that was about 2 feet from the ground or less than, with one extra step. At the time of applying for that permit, we were told of the error that occurred and that they were not able to carry the error forward any longer. So we're here as a full application, not a revision to an application, because the permit is still open, paying the full fees. Aside from that, I spoke to community planning. They did ask me to explain that. The issue of urban forestry also came up at the time of the first hearing. So what happened was, at that time, they want 2 square meters of what they call, I guess, plantable area. Because the road is too close to the sidewalk, they don't physically have 2 square meters. So they want, what they're requesting is money in lieu. At the time of that hearing, one of the committee members suggested that my client shouldn't be penalized for the fact that their property doesn't allow for a city tree, and therefore that condition was not included. I understand that that's obviously your decision today, but I do want to just go through the history of what happened the first time around and the fact that now urban forestry is asking for the same fee.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Ferroni-Wild. So my understanding is, I guess when you were here before, they didn't include your front and rear deck porches. Right. And that's why you're at 33%. You didn't get a variance for your coverage then, but you're saying you guess you would have, and you would have already been over 33%. Do you know how much over now? Obviously, you're even a little more over because of the deck, I assume, right?
We would have been,
or does the deck not?
No, the deck is now included, and the reason it's now included is because they have to include all 3 areas, bringing our area of these auxiliary surfaces to higher than 5%. The deck itself is only 4.8, but if we had been granted the variance in the beginning, we would have requested a coverage variance of 38.2%.
Okay, so yeah, I see the variance you're asking for 33% to 40.83 is 7.83, right? But in fact, you said your deck is 4.8, so the difference is the 2 porches. That's why it looks like it's a bigger number. That's all I'm trying to.
Correct, and we weren't at the maximum 33% at the time. That's why we're not, yeah.
Right. But so now that bigger number now includes not just the deck you're coming here for today, but in fact the front and rear porches that were approved back in, and I don't even know when that was. And like I just said in my outset, we don't have a copy of that previous decision. I don't.
Yeah.
What was the date?
February.
Sorry?
It was February 2021.
Okay. It gave us the application number, but it didn't say when it was, and we don't have a copy. But you had floor space, dwelling length, soffit height, and driveway width, not for coverage, even though you did have the front, and now someone else's interpretation says that should have been included. So that's why you're here for a 7.83% variance when in fact it's a lot less.
Correct.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for the agent? Other than that, I see there's the issue of the urban forestry.
I do have a question about the urban forestry. So I'm looking at Street View, but it's dated May 2019. So I'm assuming that bungalow is no longer there. But I'm just curious. You mentioned that you couldn't have a tree on your property, but is there a tree? Has there been a tree planted on the city right of way between the sidewalk and the road?
Well, that's the point where urban forestry feels it won't grow. So my clients would like to put private tree, and I actually can't comment whether they did or not. I'm not 100% sure. I know they definitely wanted to. But it's not about on their property that's the issue. Urban forestry wants the money for the boulevard, which they feel they can't. They had a memorandum and everything, and they commented on the 2 square meters, et cetera, and they said they can't do it.
Well, I'm looking at the Street View right now, and it looks like the vast majority have trees, city trees on the boulevard. I'm just wondering, did you turn it down? Is that why they're asking for payment in lieu of?
Absolutely not. And we did mention that at the time with Max Dita, why not plant it here? And I don't know if they have new rules. They don't want the big tree to lift the sidewalk. I don't know. I can't comment on that. All I know is he had no intention of planting the tree at the time. And it is stated that it's cash in lieu of the tree. They would love a tree, but they won't plant. You know what I mean?
So the city has told them they don't want to plant a tree, even though there is a relatively new city tree on the property directly adjacent to that property. I'm looking at it now. It looks like a very young, immature tree that's being planted on the city boulevard.
In front of that house?
No, in the house directly next door, adjacent.
Oh, I don't know why. I know that even the councillor got involved at the time and commented on it, and they said, no, we can't. You know, I wish you had access to all those files, and I guess if they will plant a tree, that'd be fantastic, and they'd be happy to pay the fee, I suppose, but definitely they would have to. But I just wanted to tell you about the past and what happened in the past.
Okay.
If you don't have the decision in front of you, I realize.
I don't. I'm just looking. All I'm looking at is the Street View. That's all I'm looking at, and it looks like the vast majority have trees planted in the city boulevard. So that's all.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah, it seems a lot. If there's room next door, I assume there'd be room there. But Ms. Ferroni brought up presentation, there wasn't enough, either 1 square meter or 2 square meters that they feel they have to have. So in your last decision, there was no urban forestry condition. You said that one of the members felt you shouldn't be penalized. So they were asking for condition 3, cash in lieu, but it was not imposed. Is that what you're telling us?
Correct. First, they asked for refusal, and if not, they wanted the cash in lieu, and no condition was assigned. That is what happened.
Okay.
And we didn't expect that. It was a bit of a bonus because, but it was said that it didn't feel fair, and it's true. It didn't. And again, you had documents at the time, and I'm only telling you what happened. But we had the counselor letter, and we had,
Okay, and the issues you're telling us that your client would be very happy to have a city tree on the boulevard if the city in their wisdom chose to put one there.
Correct.
The regulations have changed between now and February 2021. You said it was the hearing. It's not like it was.
No, I don't know if the regulations have changed. I just know that at the time, which they
They said there wasn't enough room. You're saying they said there wasn't enough room to put a city tree, but Ms. Alderson is saying next door, same lot configuration, I would assume, there is a city tree that's recently been planted.
There may be, looking at the picture now, there may be a grading issue there. It looks like there's a culvert there. Is that the case? Is there a culvert that dips down?
Oh.
Yes, there is, but I can't, confirm it. Why?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It looks like, I'm looking at it now, it looks like there's quite a grading issue in the front on the boulevard, city boulevard. That could be the reason. Okay, thanks. Sorry to take up so much time.
No, thank you.
Sorry. Danny Bellis would like to comment. I worked for the city for 30 years, and I helped plant thousands of trees in Toronto. And by looking at a picture of neighbors, you can't tell if those trees are city or private, because we don't know where the property line is. So I'd like to move, if we're ready for a motion. Unless,
Yep.
Okay, so if there are no further questions, I'd like to move for approval. I find the variances minor in nature. The step down deck has very little impact on the neighbors, and the applicant's been very clear about why they had to come back. And I do not support forestry just making money off of people. If the forestry says there's no room for a tree, then there's no room for a city tree. And the previous committee did say no to that as well, so I don't think we should overturn that. So I move for no conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bellissimo. Seconder for that. Okay, 2 hands went up, Ms. Reddick, exactly the same time. Feel like a baseball umpire sometimes. Okay, so we have a motion, seconded, all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Faroni-Wild. Okay, our next application is item number 8, 1 Longfield Road. It's an application from Toronto Hydro Electric System to construct a new driveway with a turnaround area. There is 1 variance. Urban Forestry is looking conditions 2 and/or 5. And we have a cover letter, arborist report, a forestry memo, and as well in the additional materials, we have letters of concern from number 2 and number 3, Longfield. And the speaker, we have, I believe, 1 speaker on this application, or 2 actually. No, we don't. We have Doug Thackeray, the agent for the, and then we have an area resident, Mr. and Mrs. Boyko at 2 Stanthorpe Court, registered to speak. Okay, so Mr. Thackeray, welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am from Barry Brown Associates on behalf of Toronto Hydro for this request. Currently, the property is home to Toronto Hydro substation.
Sorry, I just remembered one thing. I was advised this morning that there was an additional letter of concern from an area resident, perhaps the gentleman who's registered to speak, that is properly delivered with notice, but was not in our package in our additional materials. So we'll have that on the board when the gentleman is speaking. So sorry, Mr. Thackeray, you can get started now. Sorry, Mr.
Okay. Mr.
Thackeray. Go ahead.
I am here to speak on behalf of Toronto Hydro for this request for a new driveway at the rear of this property coming in off Kipling Avenue. Currently, this property is home to Toronto Hydro substation. It works to maintain the grid of the city and the adjacent areas around. At present, there is no driveway on this property, and the current front of the property facing Longfield Road is not, it won't service at the hydro trucks that we propose that are using the station to service it. The front of the building is too short, and the hydro trucks would be sitting about over the sidewalk if they park there. And both sides of the building for access to the rear are either blocked by a utility box, and the other end is too close to the street light, we believe, to have a proper turning radius out and can create hazards. So we believe the only reasonable spot to have this is off of Kipling Avenue. We propose to have a turnaround area so there's no vehicles backing out onto Kipling, as it is a major street. There would be no change to the use of this building. It'd be the same service has been provided for the last decades. The building will not expand, won't have any additional electrical equipment at the moment. And further, we've been notified prior about complaints from councillors about hydro vehicles parking on the lawn in front, and that it is not a good view to have that, and they've requested a driveway be put in. So that's what we are doing.
Okay.
If there's any questions anyone has.
Okay, so the issue is you're putting it at the back, not at the front. So it fronts onto Kipling, which is a variance. That's why you're here. And you're saying the reason you're not putting it to the front, and I'll be very curious to hear from the two neighbors or three neighbors. We have two letters, and I think we have a third person speaking, whether they would have preferred to have it at the front. It looks like, but you're saying it's not possible, as I just read in your cover letter, that why it's not possible. You've reiterated that now, why it's not possible to put it at the front, and there needs to be a driveway, even though the neighbors are saying you haven't had one for decades, and now you're putting one in. But you've explained that as well. Does anyone have any questions for the agent before we'll hear from the neighbor?
Danny, but
I just have a comment. Go ahead, Danny, if you want. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I understand the term driveway. Could the applicant say what? I'm a bit confused about the notice. What is the turnaround area?
Sorry, I think I missed one of your words there.
Is it construct a new driveway with a turnaround area? What I'm looking at your site plan, and so what is a turnaround area? To me, it looks just like a driveway. Is that correct? Basically, in your
it's essentially a larger parking area where the trucks would be able to turn around, park, essentially.
So that's basically the parking pad behind to the side of the building. They call that the turnaround area. Okay, so it's a turnaround area as well as a parking area. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I assume it's because it's a hydro truck. It's not for a small two-door coupe. You need an area to turn the vehicle to back with on your own property, make like a hammerhead or something like that is typically used. An area you can maneuver the truck to face the other way to drive out, not have to back out.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Alderson, you had a comment?
Yeah, just a comment. I think one of the reasons that Kipling was chosen as a turnaround area and a driveway, there are two beautiful mature trees in the front that would probably have to go should it be on the side street. So I'm not sure why there are objections to it, because the trees on that street are mature rather than the ones on, there's one I think that's implicated on Kipling, and it's a very young, immature tree that's easily replaceable. Anyway, I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah. Yeah, he says there's electrical service front. It doesn't have enough place for them to park. And anyway, we see in his letter. So okay, let's hear from I believe when we have one speaker, but we did have the two other letters from the neighbors of number 2 and number 3. Perhaps we can get those up on the board. It was in our additional materials. And as well, I believe the next speaker, if no one else has any questions for Mr. Thackeray, is the neighbor registered to speak at 2 Stanthorpe Court, Mr. and Mrs. Boyko. So,
hi, it's Peter Boyko. You're able to hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Peter Boyko, we live at number 2 Stanthorpe Court, which is the property immediately south of 1 Longfield Road, the hydro property. As noted, we did send in part of the additional materials, comments. There are 3 issues that we had concerns about. The first is that we note that there are differences in measurements between what we have as our copy of the certificate of registration of plan of subdivision from 1965, which we included in our comments, versus the surveyor's real property report that was attached with the application package. So we wanted to make note of this for the record, not that some document gets submitted and somehow is construed that we tacitly agree. And we would be looking for some guidance on how we could resolve the discrepancies between the 2 reports. Then, as regards the proposal itself, which is effectively a large 5 parking pad plus turnaround area versus a driveway, we have 2 concerns. So Mr. Clark, you did ask whether or not we would be more amenable to a driveway than the parking pad proposal, and yes, we would. Our concern about, or twofold concern about the proposal as it is, is that the 5 parking pad plus the turning area relative to a driveway seems to be there to facilitate a change in use of the property. And I'll use the terms transfer station or depot, that this large area will move from what's necessary for parking for the periodic maintenance of the facility to where trucks will be coming, going, parking, all of the beep, beep, beep and noise associated with that kind of traffic, and the pollution from the vehicles being running and parking there. So we have concerns about that. And then follow on in terms of concerns with the large area of asphalt being added. So right now the property has existing grass area, and the proposal would be putting a large amount of asphalt that prevents from drainage, risk of flooding, additional heat sink. And so our property being immediately south, the grade is slightly downward. So we have concerns about the inappropriate runoff and flooding onto our property. So that sort of encapsulates the 3 issues and what our concerns are. And so, sorry, just before I end, I just want to say that I did speak with the neighbors at number 2 and at number 1 Stanthorpe, and they echo the concerns about the noise and the traffic in and out of the facility.
Okay, thank you. So I take it, a very interesting comment that, that hasn't been paved for many years. And I remember reading in one of the letters that they don't have to go there too often to maintain this. It's only a couple of times a year or whatever. I think I read that. But in fact, now that they'll have this nice paved larger area, they'll maybe use it for more different purposes. But I remind you, and I remind the neighbors, what we're here is just for a variance, and the variance, we're not here to change the use or do anything else. Whether higher use would be permitted under the existing zoning is possible or possible not. But here all we're approving is that the parking space is from a flanking street, not from a major street. And here, it's a major street, Kipling, and that's what we heard, is that they have to do it because there isn't enough room to do it. It isn't a question of that they can't have a driveway or whatever they're putting on the property. There's no coverage issue or anything else. The issue is where the access is from. That's all we're here for. Okay, so does anyone have any questions for the speaker? And I believe we said, I believe, sir, you had a letter that was submitted that we hadn't seen, hadn't been included, but I believe it was supposed to be, it was on the screen. So if it hasn't been, let's put it on the screen now. I believe that's your letter, unless I'm mistaken. This morning I received an email saying there was someone on item number 8 whose letter was be on the screen while they were speaking. Is that correct? Okay, yeah, thank you.
That's correct. It's just showing up now.
Yep. Okay. So just the members can would like to read that as best they can on the screen. So does anyone have any questions for the neighbor, Mr. Boyko?
Danny Belism has a question. In your rear yard, do you see Kipling, or is there like a row of trees, or do you have any separation between your property and the hydro station?
There's a board fence running east-west that separates the 2 properties. It's approximately 6 feet high. There are trees that go along just in front of the board fence, and then we additionally have a board fence that runs along Kipling north-south with cedars as privacy blockage, noise blockage.
Thank you.
Okay, and actually, I just want to point out, you did make a mention of some discrepancy in numbers or statistics between the subdivision agreement and this. That really doesn't have any bearing. I'm not minimizing. It's not an issue. I'm not sure exactly what the issue was, but again, here all we're here to do today is to authorize the access to the parking from a major street as opposed to the flanking street. So anything else you could perhaps, deal with some other issue if there is some issue about that. But here's a question flowing from that: the subdivision agreement. When you bought this property, I guess was you were aware that there's this hydro building next door, either proposed or already there?
Yes, and yes, we were aware of the hydro property. We've been there for 30 years.
Okay. And how long has the hydro property been there? More than 30 or less than 30?
More than 30.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. I just want you to appreciate what we're here to approve and not approve. We're not approving any use or anything, any additional parking. It's just the access. Okay, so let's go back to the agent for his rebuttal. Both to the two letters and as well as to Mr. Boyko's comments.
Well, I understand that this is just about the access, but I will state here that there is no changing use of the building itself.
Mm-hmm.
Hydro vehicles are stored in their main work center properties. They aren't generally stored on stations unless specifically designated for it, which this is not.
Okay. So that's the protection for the neighbors. Like I said, maybe they can use it for marshaling more vehicles or whatever, but we're not here to talk about that. And you said there is no intention to increase the use of this property because there now has a nice large parking spot accessible from Kipling.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, that is it from my end.
I guess I clarified your rebuttal for you that you were not here to talk about anything other than Kipling versus the side street.
Yeah. Yes, you
okay,
did.
Members, any questions? Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Thackeray or for Mr. Boyko, or is someone ready to weigh in with a motion? Okay, can someone cue the Jeopardy music? We have a little bit. We're in committee now, and we're just waiting for someone to weigh in with a motion. on the one variance being the vehicle access to a parking space on a corner lot must be from a flanking street that is not a major street. In this case, the proposed vehicle access to a parking space is from a major street. I guess that staff, we don't have anything from transportation on this matter, or perhaps Mr. Thackeray. We can, even though we're in committee, do we have any position from transportation on this matter?
I don't, it's Sophie.
There isn't.
I think from transportation, and I'm prepared to make a motion if there's nothing from transportation and nobody else is saying anything.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
I just wanted to add that there is a center across the street from this hydro, whatever it is, hydro building. It's called the Etobicoke Center, and they have a driveway that egress and ingress from Kipling Avenue.
No, it's probably corner. Is it a corner?
It's it is on the corner.
Okay, because obviously,
which is exactly what the hydro building is,
right,
directly opposite. So the condition already exists, and so therefore, but if Ms. Ruddock wants to make that I'm fine with that. But the condition already exists, so
before
it's
that
nothing
happens,
new.
so I would like to hear if staff have received anything from transportation staff. That's where I'm sort of stuck. Is I just it would have been nice.
Do we have anything? Do we have anything, staff, from transportation on this matter?
Mr. Chair, there's nothing on file from transportation.
No.
The only thing on file is from forestry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the issue is, again, like I said, all we're approving here is not a change of use or anything else. It's access, entitled to a parking spot. And if we've heard how it's not possible to do it from the flanking street, again, very good that the precedent is for something that has also on a corner, because if it's just on Kipling, and then it has to have its access from Kipling. If it's not a corner, this is a condition or a variance dealing with the corner lot situation. So you found a precedent. We've heard from the agent it's not possible to do it in the front. And there we have it. So to me, it doesn't look overly complicated. I believe there's no other choice, because you can't. We've heard how it's not feasible to do it from Longfield. So again, let's go back into committee, and I believe Ms. Roddick was just about to make a motion.
I'm not sure it'll be supported, but I'm prepared to make a motion. I hear the concerns of the neighbors, and also I saw the recommendation to refuse from forestry, and I'm mindful of those concerns, and my motion would have been to refuse the application.
Okay, so we have a motion to refuse the application. Do we have a seconder for that?
Danny Bellissimo would like to second that, and I'm agreeing with the motion on the basis that we just had a seminar about forestry from the beginning, that the application should try to save trees, and I can understand. Forestry is saying to deny because the application is not sensitive to the trees, and I think they're removing three trees as a result of this. And I wish they would have had some consideration of that. So I would second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion seconded. All in favor? Opposed? The motion fails. Do I have a new motion?
I'm prepared to make that motion based on the precedent that has been set across the street, based on the fact that these trees, for the most part, I believe, are very immature trees and can be easily replaced. And I believe urban forestry has condition number 1 or number 2.
Number 2.
Yep. Condition number. So I'm prepared to make a motion for approval based on that condition from urban forestry, condition number 2.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alderson. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
I'll move to second. After hearing that, there's no comments from transportation staff. I the site is constrained, and with that, I am willing to support Laura's motion.
Okay, and yeah, given that over 30 years there, they haven't had it, but I guess they're entitled to have one. the fact that they haven't seen the need for it for 30 years shouldn't be weighed against them. So I agree. So all in favor? Motion seconded. Opposed? Okay, so we have approval with Mr. Bellissimo and Ms. Reddick dissenting. And thank you, Mr. Thackeray, and thank you to Mr. Boyko as well. And we can now move on to item number 9. 182 Crennan Avenue. It's an application to construct a new 3-story duplex dwelling. There are 2 variances. We have revised plans, correspondence advising there's no change to the variance due to the revised plans. Planning has a condition of approval that there not be more than 2 dwelling units. We have Metrolinx advisory, and we have there's some talk about this condition because the previous plans had 3 furnaces, 3 water tanks, and 3 kitchenette or bar wet bars. And they've now removed the furnace and the water tank, but they still have they're still concerned that it could perhaps be a 3rd dwelling unit. And then we had an email from the applicant saying that they actually have proposing a laneway suite that they have a zoning certificate from separate, so they're okay with that condition. Okay, so the speaker on this application is Franco de Romano, the only speaker. Morning, Mr.
Morning, sir and panel. Franco Romano, Action Planning, 2095 Autumn Breeze, Port Credit.
Okay. So I hope I got that application or the summary of where we are with this. There's also like a memo from urban planning. So can we have a small presentation from you on this, Mr. Romano?
Yes, certainly, sir. So this is an application that involves a property that is the first block south from Eglinton, just east of Keel Street. Crennan Avenue is an east-west street, so is Eglinton, and there's a laneway in behind that runs parallel and does a little bit of a jog to Crennan. So the proposal is to replace the existing bungalow with a 3-story duplex dwelling. And that duplex basically its front wall starts basically where the existing front wall is, and the rear wall ends where the existing rear wall ends. So the building length and the building depth is very much in line with what the existing dwelling has. The side yard setbacks are actually larger than what exists. The existing east side yard setback is 6 centimeters, and the proposal is for 1.2. And the existing west side yard setback actually encroaches onto the neighboring property. So there is no west side yard setback for part of the garage. So the west side yard setback is also proposed at 1.2. Minimum required is 1.8. So what you'll see on the street, including neighboring dwellings, is that tight side yard setbacks are pretty common. The 1.2 is fairly modest and still will meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and the official plan to provide for adequate and suitable access. The front yard currently is mostly driveway and parking, and that is why one of the owners had planted a tree in that, which is now a city tree, and it's protected. So there's no issue in protecting that tree. The front yard is going to be basically completely landscaped, and there'll be a walkway to the street. So the only vehicular access for this property is going to be from the rear lane. As you mentioned, the rear laneway suite is permitted, and there's a building permit for that, or a zoning certificate. So there's no variances for the laneway suite. With respect to the duplex, the floor space index is 0.9 versus 0.8 maximum. So the zone examiner has not counted any deductions whatsoever. So they've counted the entire floor for each of the 3 floors. The variance request is 42.5 square meters over 3 floors. So that is very much minor in nature. 3 stories is permitted, so is 11 meters in height. And the proposal complies with all of those. It's actually lower than 11 meters. Now, currently, the site is zoned to permit maximum of 2 dwelling units. So as a registered professional planner, it's my opinion that planning staff's recommendation is not necessary. There's all kinds of zoning controls currently that limit this property and this dwelling to a duplex. Number one, the proposal is to permit a duplex. Number two, the existing zoning only allows 2 units. To permit a triplex, the zoning does allow a triplex, but one needs an 18-meter lot frontage. And the site currently has 10.16. So one would need a variance for lot frontage, one would need a variance for lot area, one would need a variance to permit 3 units, whereas 2 is permitted. So there's all kinds of existing zoning controls that limit this dwelling to 2 units. So I would not be, as a registered professional planner, supportive of the planning staff recommendation to oppose a condition that may sometime in the future, and perhaps not too distant future, because the city is reviewing these types of neighborhoods to allow for more dwelling units in certain multiple residential zones, curtail that possibility, especially when we're a couple hundred meters away from an LRT transit stop. So I would submit that there's no impact on neighbors, and the proposal is minor in nature, and I'm hopeful that the committee will grant the approval.
Okay, so I understand that you're saying that even it's not permitted. So, but why not permitted? Because that would preclude you if they change to allow an additional dwelling unit. As we know, the city is anxious or hungry to have more affordable housing. You already have the 3rd unit on the lot, I guess, with the laneway, which is a very expensive ordeal. But if in the future things changed, you wouldn't want that. I would point out that having taken a bungalow to go to the new 3-story and only have basically a modest 0.1 increase in the FSI and the side yard and the 2 side yard setbacks. There's no height, there's no length. There's no coverage issues here or landscape deficiencies. So to me, it's rather modest, given it's a new build, but only 2 variances and minor at that. Members, any questions for Mr. Romano or any comments?
I actually do have a question, because on our memo, we don't have any urban forestry requirements, but then there is a lovely letter from someone in forestry about the sweet cherry tree. And I'm just wondering, there seems to be, I don't know if it's an omission on the urban forestry recommendations, or whether, I really don't know what to, maybe this is a question of staff. I don't know what to take into account when making a decision.
I can pipe in on that if that's helpful. It's Franco here.
Yep. Go ahead, Franco. When we can hear from staff, but
so what occurred here is that the previous owner or occupant of the property planted a cherry tree, and that cherry tree is planted in the city boulevard, so it is a city tree, and that email, I guess, from Mr. Chris Street from Urban Forestry basically said that tree is now a city tree and it's fully protected. There's no plans in the proposal to remove it. So because it's a fully protected city tree, there's no injury that's necessary. There's no cash in lieu of street tree planting that's necessary, because a cherry tree is considered a city tree. So that's why Urban Forestry would have no conditions.
Okay. So there's no condition number 2.
Correct.
So yes, so there is going to be vertical tree protection hoarding surrounding this tree and all external construction works. That's what he points out in the letter, correct? So it's
correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Romano.
You're welcome.
Good point to bring that to our attention, Ms. Alderson. Any other comments or questions? Okay, and if no such questions or comments, is someone ready to weigh in with a motion?
I'm prepared to weigh in with a motion if no one else is.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm reluctant to take the community planning condition off the table. I don't know what other people feel about that, but they've asked for that condition to grant approval, and I'd like to leave that condition in. So I move for approval subject to community planning condition regarding a duplex. I don't have it in front of me, but I can read it. That the proposed development shall have no more than 2 dwelling units.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Danny Bellissimo seconds the motion. In addition, I support the condition because the condition clarifies it, even though the applicant does say duplex, which is 2 dwellings. Planning for some reason wants it in there, so I'm okay with that.
I feel the same way. It may be redundant, but it's fine.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, I am in favor, but I would be opposed to that condition. I think I agree with Mr. Romano's position on that. But anyway, it's in, so the motion carries, I guess, unanimously. Whatever. So, thank you, Mr. Romano, and we can move on to the next application, which is item number 10. 90 11th Street. It's an application to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling, a new rear deck, and a new rear front porch. A previous Committee of Adjustment hearing, which I believe is October the 14th, 2021, approved variances relating to floor space index, front and side yard setbacks, height, and a secondary suite. We had 5 variances. We now have 4. We have a revised notice for the application, so that that variance has been removed. The south side lot line over and above what was granted last time in October 2021. And Urban Forestry is looking for condition number 2. And we have the copy of the previous decision as well as an email from the applicant. Okay, the speaker, I believe we only have one speaker on this, and it is Manny Yaganegi.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Hello, is that Manny?
Yes, I'm Manny Yaganegi, 46 McCollum Drive, Richmond Hill. Hello, Mr. Chair. So this application was before committee a year before, and in that application, 49% is approved for the density. In this application, we applied for 60% for the density, and just I wanted to add that we have 5 support letters. We submitted those support letters yesterday night, and they are available on the city portal now. And
well,
as
the reason we don't have it is I guess they were submitted late.
Yes, yeah, we submitted yesterday night.
Okay.
There are 5 support letters from close neighbors.
Okay, so Mike, just a quick question. What was approved in October 2021, was that built?
No.
It wasn't built. So that's what
no, sir.
You're coming back now to ask for some additional variances to go along with what you got, as well as an increased floor space index of 0.6, whereas 0.49 was approved back then, 0.4 being what's permitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they've set out what you got last time and what you're asking for now. In other words, like you're actually coming down on the height because you're going to a flat roof height in variance 3. So you made certain changes, but you didn't build what was built, what was there. What you got approval for was not built. So you're going back and adding these variances, correct?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And we, as you said, we requested for deleting item 2 from public notice.
Sorry, I
said. we requested for deleting item 2 from public notice regarding of south side setback. You already mentioned to this.
Yes, well, I'm saying here you're you got 0.8 from 0.9, and now you're going to 0.5. So can you just explain why did these change? Your client has wished to do a complete change of what they got approved in October 2021. Can you please explain the process?
Yeah, actually they approved for 49% for the density before, but now, I mean, they need more space for the living space, and they requested for this application to have more space for the living.
Right. So they can completely change what they're looking for, and now, as you said, variance 2 has been removed. You are going to stick with that has been taken out of the revised application.
Item number 2 from public notice, yeah, regarding of south side setback.
So what I understand is you're going to be at the 0.8 that you got last time. You're not going to be, it says 0.5, you cross that out. We have that up on the screen, yes. So you were going to go to 0.5. So now are you at 0.9 or you're at 0.8? I'm not sure when by taking this out, you previously got an approval of 0.8. So is that what you're going to have?
We do not need that variance, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Regarding of side setback, we are okay.
Okay, so you're not even though you got it back in October 2021, it was variance 3 in that application. You're now no longer asking for that. So that's showing that you're.
Sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes.
Okay, please continue then. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, regarding of this side, south side setback variance, we talked to the zoning examiner, and we talked with him, and actually, according to the zoning bylaw, we do not need to this variance because we can keep the existing side setback for the south. So that's why we do not need this variance. And yeah, that's it. I will be more than happy if you have any question, any comments.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, does anyone have any questions for the agent, or is someone ready for a motion? We do have urban forestry condition number 2.
Mishi here, I'll move to approve the application. I believe it meets 4 tests. Subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. Seconder for that. Ms. Reddick, thank you. All in favor? Okay, it looks like you have unanimous approval. Thank you, sir. Application has been approved. Okay, so in that case, we can move on to the next application, item number 11, 64 Bexley Crescent. This is to construct a new covered front porch and a new detached garage in the rear yard. And there are 4 variances. Urban Forestry is asking for condition number 1. RNFP has no condition. And I believe that's all we have on this application. No other comments, nothing from neighbors. And the speaker on this application is Eddie Perez. Welcome, Mr. Perez.
Hello, good morning, Chairman and committee members. Mehdi Perez here on behalf of the owner and designer for this project. As you can see, we're proposing a front veranda and the garage at the rear. The variances are very minor and modest. If you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Any questions for Mr. Perez? And if no questions, if someone prepared to make a motion.
Danny Bellissimo, I'd like to move for approval to find the variances of minor in nature. These additions are just for the enjoyment of the home owners and are minor. And the condition will be forestry number 1. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Second, Mishi.
Thank you, Mishi. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Okay, so item 12 has been deferred, so we can move over to item number 13. That was the one where I think we said we actually dealt with it first thing this morning, and I think this is the one where the applicant said they wanted to proceed, and we agreed. Is that correct? Mr. Stoyanovsky's application? Or no? That one was adjourned to 12. 13, 6 Orchard Crescent. This is an application to construct a 2-story rear addition. A previous Committee of Adjustment decision approved variances related to height and setbacks. That was in June 2022. 3 variances were approved. In the additional materials, we have, yes, a previous decision from 1988. We have an email October 11th from the applicant. So it looks like where the difference is here, we have 1 variance. We have a FSI of 0.57, whereas 0.45 is permitted. Looks like there wasn't a variance for that last time, so we'll hear from the agent why that's the case here. Jay Smith?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, this variance was missed by planning or the zoning examiner. It was caught after the ZAP certificate was issued and we'd applied for permit. And now we're coming back to you today. The massing has not changed in the home. No other variances have changed. It is exactly the same plans that were before you on the 9th of June.
Okay, and it's not like it's a 0.1, it's a 0.12 variance. So not overly significant, but it's there. So it was missed by staff. It was not picked up by anyone.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, anyone have any questions for Mr. Smith?
If anybody listening, a bit confused. When you came the first time, you said the drawing hasn't changed, it's massing is all the same. Did Transportation Services raise any issues back then?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, they did not. It was actually caught us blindsided last week when we got their report because they did not issue anything on the first go around. Nor was the parking variance caught the first go around or the second. It was caught all last week. And that's why we had to scramble and revise the site plan, which was approved by the zoning examiner already. Everything was uploaded to the AIC for reference today. And everything is now cleared for parking and that variance is no longer required.
Okay,
because it sounds like a lot of these issues are basically problems the staff has caused to you and you're back with the same proposal. So thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Got to plug in here. Okay, so there is no parking variance, so that speaks volumes that it's it's not a deferral for a parking variance because there's no parking variance. So we dealt with that first thing this morning. We decided that we would hear this. Just some replugging in here. Okay, so does anyone else have any questions for for the agent, or is someone ready to weigh in with the motion? No other questions for Mr. Smith, and we sort of understand what the situation is with the this morning about proceeding, and there is no parking variance.
Anybody listening would like to weigh in if there's no further questions from other members? I believe there's condition from forestry, condition 1 and 2. So I'd like to add those conditions and move for approval of the variance. I find they're minor in nature.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bellissimo. Second for Mr. Bellissimo's motion. Ms. McCluskey, thank you. I don't see Ms. Alderson. Okay, all in favor? Okay, Ms. Alderson, your video is not showing. Perhaps you stepped away. So staff, perhaps we should mark Ms. Alderson absent for this application.
You will, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Next application is item number 14A, B, and C, 5 Lake Crescent. It's an application to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 undersized lots. And the lot frontage of the first part, part 2, the existing dwelling will be maintained and will require variance to the zoning bylaw as outlined in the accompanying application. And on the other half, the conveyed part 1, the property would be developed as a site of a new detached dwelling, will requiring variances to the application set out in part C. So all these 3 applications will be considered together. We have all kinds of information, planning emails, planning report. Planning report is a report for information. We have 4 letters of opposition. We have the engineering construction services memo, and TRCA has no objection. Urban Forestry is looking for conditions 1 and 2. And the speaker on this application is Johannes Schaefer, at 5 Lake Crescent, the applicant. And then we have neighbors present from several neighbors present to make submissions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 neighbors to make submissions on this application. Okay, so let's get started. We'll hear from the homeowner who is going to be speaking, Johannes Schaefer. Welcome,
Good morning.
Sir. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is John Sheffer. I live at 5 Lake Crescent, and I'm the applicant and owner and making the zoning applications and the consent application. The I received a report from city planning on October the 6th, which you have on file. It's dated September the 30th. And basically, they have no concerns with the, there's 2 variances for part 1 and 2 variances for part 2. And the consent, they have no concerns. I can add to that if you want to discuss each one of these, that's fine with me. Is that okay? Do you want some input on the variances?
Sir, I think it's you have a right to make a 5-minute presentation. Given there's several neighbors here, I suggest you use your time to just go through and advise the committee. You made reference to the planning report that they're okay with it. If you want to walk through your application, it's up to you.
Okay, that's fine. The consent is kind of a subjective thing. Like what I'm proposing to build is a 2-story house, approximately 137 square meters on 2 floors. The house will occupy about 25% of part 1, which is up here. The remaining house remains exactly as is. There will be no changes at all. The issue that was brought up was the parking spot. Realistically, traffic and engineering determined that the parking spot is in the front yard. As far as I'm concerned, it's I don't know. Can I put a picture up there?
Obviously, you can do whatever you prefer.
Okay.
Yeah, we can have your presentation. Perhaps you put up your drawing showing all the there's arrows since it's labeled showing the part 1 and part 2 for the severed house.
Okay.
It says the explanation of the variance to lot frontage. I'll have to point out that given this, you have only 2 variances on each of the new lots. So the issue is the consent here. It's not like you're creating massive variances. So perhaps if you go through that drawing, the one that shows explanation of variance to lot frontage for the retained lot, there's a drawing which you show there. If we can have that up on, and then perhaps we can hear from the neighbors, and then you can respond to their concerns in any case. I don't know if you already know what their concerns are, but we can do it that way. But perhaps we can get that on the screen. I can't see. Is that the one with all the arrows? And
which one?
I'm looking at a sheet. It's dated September 28th. It says explanation of variances to lot frontage for retained lot.
The explanation of variances.
I'm asking staff. Staff is the one controlling the presentation materials.
Oh, okay.
Staff, it says part 2.
Yeah.
Part 2, plans part 1.
Explanation of the variances.
Staff? Moderator? Anyway, go ahead.
He's asking for the explanation of the variances.
No,
not the hazard line.
Okay, perhaps we just, I don't know if you want to go through that or just let it be up there for self-explanatory. And that's the plan, the map, what I was looking at.
That one is part 1, part 2.
Yeah, those are your notations there. So perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think this may explain. This is the.
It shows the division of the lot.
The side yard parking spot.
Yep.
Traffic has determined that it's a front yard, but this is the front yard, and according to the definition, is the front lot line. The next line is the side yard. The next line is the rear yard, and somewhere in here, nobody's ever been able to give me a proper definition. This is again the side yard. It's beside my neighbor's garage, and basically that parking spot is out of sight. It can't be seen from Lake Crescent. These are all city trees. I know there's some concern about that. None of these will be touched. They will all remain, plus that one. A view of Okay, this is a view from Lake Crescent. All the trees you see there will remain. They're all trees on the road allowance or on the setback. I think it's self-explanatory that for 6 months of the year you would never see the house, and the parking spot is approximately where that car is. So that's about as much I can tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, these are all city trees. They're all going to remain. The house itself is going to be located in here. Unfortunately, there are trees there, those stars. They will all have to come out. I've lived here for 40 years, and I've planted over 20 trees. Unfortunately, to build a house there, I have to take these trees out. But believe me, they'll be replanted somewhere else. I have lots of room on my property.
Okay, thank
you. Sorry.
Do you want continue?
Okay, for the variance for the existing house, again, the zoning has, or the city has indicated they have no problem. I'm asking for an FSI of 0.55 as opposed to 0.4.
Yeah.
This is due to history. This house was built in 1900, and the hazard line runs through my living room. That has never bothered me. I'm 5 meters above Lake Ontario. There has been absolutely no erosion along the shoreline. So as the city planning mentioned, they have no concerns with the two variances for this house or the variances for the other house. And I'm just explaining what they looked at, and I thought it was a very astute observation that the that the frontage is 12.7 meters.
Yeah, it's said on the report, so I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, I mean it's due. The bylaws are based on rectangular lots, and I have an irregular lot, and the bylaw comes out with 12.7 meters, but I still have 15 meters as the front lot line.
Okay, so I'm just going to read from the city report, and then we'll finish. Then we'll go and hear from the neighbor. It says the retained lot part 2 and conveyed lot part 1 result in irregularly shaped lots. However, there are a number of irregularly shaped lots in the immediate context. City planning also note that the proposed lot frontage of the 12.7 meters is due to a technical measurement as per Toronto building staff. The frontage variance is being measured further within the lot. I lost my place. Is being measured further within the lot from the southeast corner of the conveyed lot to the east lot line of the retained lot. However, city planning have no concern with the proposed minor variance for frontage of 12.7 for the retained lot, as the street frontage does visually present and measure as the minimum required frontage in the zoning bylaw, 15 meters, given the distance between the east side lot to the west side lot across Lake Crescent. Okay, so thank you. Let's hear from the neighbors, but I think it was important that we understand exactly, and I think it shows on the plans that we looked at of what you're proposing to do here. I assume you do have a professional planner assisting you with this matter, Mr. Sheffer?
No, I don't. I've done all this myself. I've been at this now for 1 year and 4 months.
Okay, good for you. Okay, thank you. So let's hear from the neighbors now, and you'll have to listen carefully. You'll have a chance to respond to their any concerns that they may have. So the first neighbor, first of all, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Sheffer?
No.
Before we go on, does anyone else here have any questions? Any members have any questions for Mr. Schaefer before we hear from the neighbors? Okay, none? Okay, so let's hear from the first neighbor on the list, Jim Elliott from 8 Island View Boulevard. We do have the 4 letters of objection in our files.
I'm up. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, name is James Elliott at 8 Island View, as you just stated. I guess I'll just open by echoing the written comment. I did not put in a written submission, but I'll echo a point made in the written submission by at least 3 others that, as the applicant has said, this has been in the works planning for a little over a year, yet the community has had no direct contact with Mr. Sheffer until very recently. I am the person who eventually picked up the phone and called him after I received the notice of variance from the COA. And I basically said I didn't understand the measures. Could he explain them? And could he give me some context for the application? I closed out that brief conversation with the applicant by saying or suggesting that he hold a community meeting. He mentioned that he was going out of town, and I inferred from that he wouldn't have time before this session today to have any community discussion. The remainder of the point I'd like to make is that some of the context for what's being requested, I'd like to talk about the setback, if you will. And you'll notice if your staff could bring up the site plan from the CA site plan document on December 6, 2021, it'll help put some context to my comments. In the site setback, to which no variance has been requested, is set at 4.08 meters. And as I understand it, there's normally a setback requirement of 6 meters or whatever is prevailing on the street. It should be noted that 2 years ago at a TLAB hearing, the property immediately adjacent to 5 Lake Crescent, namely the property at 1 Lake Crescent, requested a variance from 12.84 as the prevailing setback to basically 5 meters. That was approved by TLAB. So what's now happened in the applicant's proposal is that he has requested or determined that 4.08 is his requirement because the very tip of the garage behind him is at around 3 meters, and the approval for 1 Lake Crescent had 3 points of the building, just 3 corners of the building touching at 5 meters. So my understanding and assumption would be that TLAB approved the 5-meter variance setback on 1 Lake Crescent, largely because only 3 points on the building even touch that setback. The majority of the remainder of the building is well back from the 6-meter requirement, minimum requirement of the city. So it strikes me that proposing a building, a new building that will be 15 meters of it with a 4.08 setback is problematic and bears some discussion with the community. You'll have to guide me as to how the Committee of Adjustments could handle this. It strikes me that one of the options might be to defer the proposal to allow for community discussion. I guess a second option would be to direct the applicant to, or direct the city to re-review it and really understand if they have missed a variance on setback, because it doesn't seem like a reasonable interpretation of what's going on in this road to say that 4.08 does not require a setback variance. And then finally, if your conclusion is the only way you have of addressing the setback issue is through FSI, I guess that would be the other way of doing it. Because to meet a setback of say 6 meters, I presume the applicant would have to change the size of the house, and that would reduce the FSI. Those would be my comments. I turn it back to the committee.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just would point out, like, I hear what you're saying, but I guess community planning has looked at this quite carefully. We have their memo.
I guess the only point I can
that's their interpretation, right?
Yeah. Now I am only
not Mr. Schaefer's interpretation. It's community planning. There has been I assume there has been staff a zoning review on this. This
okay,
wasn't
and
on a waiver.
If I could, I'll just mention then I am only referring to the Part 1 application of the 3 variances in front of you. Most of my comments are all directed at the Part 1 application,
being the new build.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Which is one variance of like 26 meters over the floor space index and the parking. That's the only 2 variances before the committee.
The only 2 variances
the
issue, are FSI.
But the issue is, the first stage you have to do is the consent. Should the consent be approved? Community planning is in favor, but that's the issue. You forget that the consent before you deal with the variances. The variances do seem rather, there's only been 2 identified. But if I could just have staff again, very important. This matter.
If I could say, the applicant did say that he had to go back to the zoning reviewer several times because they kept telling him a setback variance was required. And I guess I just wondered, did the zoning reviewer actually understand that the setback at 1 Lake Crescent, and even with the garage to the north, was only a point of those buildings, not the entire facades of those buildings being on the setback line?
Thank you. Okay, so
what you're seeing on that site plan of a building at 1 Lake Crescent, that is not the building that has been approved for the in 2020. You're seeing the old building from about 1920.
On which document?
Well, if you're looking at the site plan, I don't know which documents you have in front of you, but on all the documents, you're not seeing the new proposed development on 1 Lake Crescent. You're seeing the historic development back from whenever, 1920, 1930.
But has it been built yet?
It is in the process. The second floor framing is up.
Okay. We'll see if members have any questions about that. So just my question for staff again, this matter, the variances were determined by zoning review?
Mr. Chair, yes. Both the Part 1 and Part 2 zoning reviews attached.
Okay, thank you.
The notice that you'll see has a ZR, which is how we differentiate between waiver and zoning review.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to clarify it here because it's obviously a very important part, especially where we have Mr. Schaefer acting prepared on this application without a planner, which is fine. But I just wanted to clarify that, in fact, staff can tell us there has been, he did not identify variances. It was done by staff. Okay, so we've now heard, no one has any questions we just heard from Mr. Elliott, I believe. And he advised about the issue about Unit 1, which we'll hear from maybe from Mr. Schaefer in his rebuttal. So the next speaker, if no one has any questions for Mr. Elliott, is Christine
Mr. Chair, she actually dropped off the call. She dropped off the call mid-discussion, so we're going to move on to the next speaker.
Okay, if she comes back, and we'll hear from her. So the next speaker is Anastasia Jacobaz, and I believe we have a letter. We have to give that letter on the screen while makes that presentation.
Good morning, or afternoon, I suppose by now. Yes, I'm a resident of 5 Island View Boulevard. I've lived on the street for 4 decades. I intend to stay here for several more decades. I'm familiar with the past and present character of the immediate neighborhood, the community in general, and I'm very invested in its future. So I'll
staff, did we get that letter from this neighbor on the board? It doesn't look, is there a date on it? It's the opposition letter 3, I believe, in our bookmark. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. Sorry, I'll add 15 seconds. Go ahead.
I can first mention that I had previously noted concerns regarding the preservation of the tree canopy. Mr. Schaefer has since supplied an arborist report to me, and the forestry report is posted on the Committee of Adjustment website. So the details do indicate that there will be some removal of trees, as Mr. Schaefer said, but just that the preservation is significant, particularly of the larger canopy trees. So that is a very gratifying aspect of the proposal, at least. So I will note that. My neighbor, Mr. Elliott, and I believe Mr. Engel will be speaking to the concerns regarding the setbacks and the FSI. Mr. Elliott already mentioned some. So, and the information has been included in the letters. So I'll just briefly note my own concerns here. Regarding the setbacks, the majority of the existing homes in the immediate context of Island View Boulevard and Lake Crescent to the east of Lakeshore Boulevard. And actually, if we're able to scroll down to the map attached to my letter, that might help illustrate the point, if that's possible. I think it's on the 3rd page, perhaps. These homes in the immediate context fall in essentially a staggered or a sawtooth sort of pattern, meaning that for each building, only one of the 2 street-facing corners extends close to the road allowance or street line. Yes, thank you. There you go. So looking through the dead end of Island View, you can see this pattern is fairly distinct, the staggering, and that creates some smaller setbacks, certainly for one corner, but then generally speaking, the setback opens up to a far more significant distance. So again, this is echoing Mr. Elliott's point that the small setbacks which exist in the neighborhood are typically offset by a significant increase. In the case of the proposed new dwelling, this would create approximately a 14-meter 2-story wall facing the street at a consistent setback of 4.08 meters with the variance. from the road allowance. So I would suggest that this is a departure from the prevailing arrangement and setbacks of the neighborhood, and is not necessarily in keeping with the intent of the existing variances. I do also find the proposed FSIs for both the existing house and the new building, which would be 5.5 and 4.8 respectively. I find that these are not minor. They are generally out of keeping with the prevailing FSIs of the majority of the neighborhood, which fall below the 0.4 allowance. Lastly, I would look to the official plans application to the proposal. I do acknowledge that the proposed new lot and dwelling do provide new housing stock, and that the design may be a bit unusual, but the new dwelling is considered one and does show some sensitivity to the lot and the neighborhood. So there are certain principles that I would support in those two aspects of the proposal, at least. However, what I find most concerning is that this creation of the new lot and the siting of the new building in its own uniqueness and its relationship to the neighborhood would ultimately mean that the stability of the residential neighborhood is put into jeopardy. To that end, it would be my opinion that the proposal isn't in keeping with the official plan's intention regarding a couple of points. One, respecting and reinforcing the existing physical character of the neighborhood, particularly as it relates to setbacks from the streets and massing as represented by FSI. And two, that the proposal may serve to set an undesirable and destabilizing precedent in the neighborhood. So as I said in my letter, I find my opinion is a little bit divided between the merits of the design itself, but more significantly, the larger likely destructive impact its precedent would have on the character of the unique neighborhood.
Okay, thank
you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jacobus, and I appreciate, because most people don't, go through and do say that it does have some merit, and I appreciate that even-handed you've had. Now, at the time you wrote your letter, and I'm just reading it and following along as you speak, community planning had not weighed in, other than no objections to scheduling. So that again, my computer is dying. So, it is a relatively low FSI, but you do now have community planning's position that they feel, having gone through the analysis, although it's irregular, they do say there is a precedent for regular shaped lots.
Yeah, I thank you for mentioning that. It's been a bit of a hectic week, so I hadn't had a chance to fully review that or provide really updates for that. But I do understand their position, and again, it's like you say, it's a unique neighborhood. It's an odd neighborhood in some ways. So we appreciate when something is sensitive to that. We just are also concerned that every once in a while, that uniqueness gets, for lack of a better word, exploited for new development purposes. So that's the fine line that I think myself and my neighbors are looking at with this.
Right. In other words, it could be where someone could have tried to put a real big honking house on that severed lot. The fact that the applicant, Mr. Schaefer, is probably going to remain living there and building the new house for a relative, is probably a good thing. It wasn't some third party coming in and just maxing out what they could feel they could do. So, okay, so let's go back then. I guess, we have a number of other people registered to speak. And I think just to let other people know who are listening, and I know we have 10 speakers plus the applicant on the next application, that we're likely going to take a lunch break, even though we only have a morning session after this hearing. So perhaps they can gauge accordingly the 10 people on item 15, and then a number of people on the remaining applications that I think we're going to have to break. So let's go to the next speaker then. The last speaker, David Engel at number 6 Lake Crescent.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. And let's get Mr. Engel's letter up on the board, please. If I believe we have Do we have one from Mr. Engel? Item 1. Yes, it's the opposition letter 1. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Engel. I see David Engel.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I've read the other letters of objection and concur with their expressed thoughts. And many of my objections have already been covered by previous speakers. The location of the triangular shaped house at the front of the large lot seems problematic to me because it creates the need for the severance of the property and the variances, so the 4 variances required. The variances cited by me to quantify the requirements, and in my opinion, the variances requested are not minor. I'm particularly troubled by the proportions of the frontage. It would appear that the 100-year-old large estate-like home only occupies 30%, 36% of the frontage, and the smaller house will occupy 64% of the future frontage. To me, this establishes a poor proportion for the existing streetscape, and this submission does not complement the look or feel of the neighborhood. I'd like you again to look at the site plan revised of July the 12th, 22, which has already been addressed by an earlier objector. Again, my note was the front back setback of 4.08. The location of the front back is questionable in my mind. If the lot is to be severed, then the abutting house would be Mr. Sheffer's existing old 100-year-old house, not the one Lake Crescent, which has been cited. I don't know how that would fit into the consideration. Otherwise, the 6 meters front yard setback would apply in, I think this variance should be considered by the committee and possibly a deferral made to think about this. The canopy of the mature trees concerned me. The streetscape, I think, would be altered. I think that pretty well sums up my thoughts. Could you give me some insight as to how the front yard setback would be determined if the adjacent or the abutting house would be considered not one Lake Crescent? I think that satisfies my concerns at the moment. The others have been covered by the other speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Engel. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Engel? I'm going to point out, and I'm go back to Mr. Schaefer. one thing to consider is this issue about One Lake Crescent. It shows, and I'm looking at the plans for part 2. It says One Lake Crescent, this house was destroyed September 2022. Proposed house has 5.12 meter setback. And then it looks like there's a brick garage, there's a corner that people have referred to that seems to be encroaching from One Lake into Mr. Schaefer's property, be the retained lot. And perhaps we can hear from that, plus just a response to all of these comments that we've heard from the neighbors in there. But if you can mention that in particular, because there was some reference to that from the neighbors. Okay, Mr. Sheffords, I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. The objections are all quite valid. I mean, the variances do they are variances. I couldn't have done anything without some of these variances. Just to skip ahead, the lot you're looking at, I assume you're looking at Lake Crescent, part 1 and part 2. The garage at One Lake Crescent, the dotted line is not my property line. It's this one here. Is that is this picture up, the one I'm showing you right now?
Something just came up. Which drawing would you like? It looks like we have.
You have a garage here. That is the old garage from One Lake Crescent. It's long gone. This is not my property line. This is the property line.
Okay, so the drawing I had referenced before. You're saying that that's not there. So not only has the house been destroyed, but the garage as well.
Yeah, everything is gone. In my initial PPR, I had it took a long time to settle what the legal setback for the house in part 1 would be.
Right.
And it was the PPR evaluator told me that it was the average setback of the building over here. That's on the left-hand side, and the new house over here, which Jim mentioned. That is correct. It's the average of 5.12 and 3.08 divided by 2. That comes to 4.08. And I questioned the PPR person that my house did setback would that affect it? He said, no, you have to use this house and that house. Or that it's not a house, it's a build. This is a garage. It's the bylaw clearly states it's the building on either side of the property, which in this case is the garage, and in this case is the new house.
Yeah. Okay.
The tree canopies come up again. I said that I do have to take down some trees, but none of the trees you see here will be removed, and the house will be behind it, and in the summertime it would not even be visible. The variance for the parking spot is, as far as I'm concerned, is not a variance. It's in the side yard. The other large, well, I'm going to maintain those trees. They're not going to disappear. The 4.08 meters from the road allowance is strictly according to the bylaw, and the PPR person that did my initial evaluation confirmed that. The location of the triangle house, the frontage, as I said again, in the summer you wouldn't see the house. And in the winter there's 5 trees there that are very mature and are going to stay. Where are those trees?
Okay, anyway, urban forestry is asking for conditions 1 and 2 are agreeable to that.
And the other thing is, my setback from the road allowance is 4.08 meters. My setback from the curb is 5.75 plus 4.08. It's almost 10 meters. And I don't think with a dead end street, that road is ever going to get widened. There's no point to it. I think that's all I can add to this. Basically, I'm looking for 2 minor variances that have been approved or that city planning has no objection to, and on consent. And the look of the house is similar to any other house in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt, but the neighbor just got back on the line. So Christina,
Okay,
or Christine?
That's the last speaker who had dropped off the line.
Correct.
Speaker is Christine Guys from 14 Island View Boulevard. Okay, so let's hear from, he already did his rebuttal, but.
Okay, sorry, my phone died a couple of times, so I've tried to get it recharged, and I'm sorry for the confusion here. I only have one statement to make. I oppose the proposal on the basis that with severing the property at 5 Lake Crescent, that it will set a precedence for the neighborhood. And I feel that Mimico already has a fairly dense area with all the development that is going on. So I am opposed to the severing of that property.
Okay. Because of precedent. Okay, so just to let you know, the committee considers every application on its merits. This is a particular property. I don't know if it could be replicated, but I think it's rather unique. But I guess I'll let Mr. Johannes just have a brief rebuttal to that, should he wish to do so, because he already did his rebuttal. So Mr. Schaefer, would you like to just respond to your neighbor's concern that this would be precedent setting, and that's why it should not be approved?
Well, it's definitely a precedent in terms of dividing a lot, but I own a huge lot, and I'm not going to change the neighborhood. I don't see it becoming a total precedent for every homeowner. The opportunity is here to create a rather nice house and without major variances. I agree with everybody that's disagreed. Sure, if the world was perfect, nobody would do anything, I guess. But in this case, I decided a year and a half ago that I think it would be a great idea to build a small house here. It's not opulent, but big enough for 2 to 3 people. Presently, my niece is renting an apartment, paying $1,700 a month for 300 square feet. I think this would be a vast improvement.
Okay, so we just wanted to hear the comment. She said it was setting a precedent, so we don't have to hear from the whole thing all over again. We spent a lot of time on this. So thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
All right.
Let's bring it into committee now. We have, again, we have a lot frontage variance on one of the 2 lots. Yes.
Stanley Bellissimo here. I was trying to get into a question, Mr. Schaefer. Could
Sure.
we bring it back on? Because
Yep.
I was, because of the mix-up at the end there.
Okay.
Can I ask staff to put on, the opposition 3 letter has a very interesting map, which shows more than our original map that was given by staff. Can we put that on? Because I have 2 questions of Mr. Schaefer regarding the context. Yeah, could we zoom in on that? So, yes, my computer doesn't show much, but hopefully those members can see. So I may be repeating something, but the building next to this proposal, we're talking about the new triangular house here, is a garage, and that's a one-story garage, brick garage, with a pitched roof.
That's correct. That's a one-story garage.
And the house that is next to that garage, number 3, how tall is that house? Is that what's the height? Is it how many floors and what kind of roof does it have?
It's a slope roof. It's be about the same height as my proposed new house.
Okay, so in context, height-wise, number 3, which is the closest neighbor, is contextually the same. You're saying, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is I'll go into committee after this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other questions of anyone, or let's bring it into committee for any discussion or under motion with reasons.
Yeah, Stanley Bellissimo again. Could staff put that map back on? Because as I said, that's much better map that shows you the context of the neighborhood. And to me, when I see those homes, and as one of the presenters said, sawtooth relationship, it's very, very reminiscent of a lot of small villages in Ontario, in my mind, where houses are all over the place and there's no really straight line and everything is irregular. And that's the feel I get. It's quite noticeable to me. And so because of that, I really think that this small triangular house, which, as the applicant just said, is next to a garage, and the other house is height-wise is more or less the same. And it's a unique design. It's triangular, quite architecturally quite interesting. So I don't find it really changing the character of the neighborhood, because I find all the homes were just scattered from the sky image. So I don't think it's a change in the character of the neighborhood. The other thing is, we're basically here to talk about two variances. There's dispute about setbacks and so on, but we have to take for the fact that when staff look at this, that most of the times they don't make mistakes, and there's only 2 variances here. One is the floor index, and the other is the parking location. So I have a hard time accepting or understanding the setback issue, even though it may be right. I'm not saying it's not, but I have to go with what we have before us today. So those are my comments, and I'll wait for other people to weigh in case they have some other issues.
Okay, well, I think at this juncture, how about making a motion to that effect? I guess you're in favor of the application.
Yes, if there are
very valid, that's a very good map to put up to show the patterning and the sawtooth across the street, and the whole varied nature. It's not a straight grid type street. So if you could please make the motion at this point, and we can have any discussion can flow from that.
If there's, okay, so I would move then. I would move that the variances are minor in nature and they do meet the 4 tests, and move for approval condition on forestry 1 and 2. I believe the only condition that we have here. Planning has no conditions. They're okay with it. So that's my motion.
Okay, but mainly you have to also approve in the first instance the consent. The consent.
Okay, sorry, I thought we were talking about. So yes, the consent has to be approved.
Yeah. So again, with all the associated conditions, the engineering, construction services, and the normal conditions, in addition to urban forestry, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, I will go through the consent first, as you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bellissimo. So I have a seconder for Mr. Bellissimo's motion. Okay, McCluskey and Ruddick's hands both went up at the same time. We'll give this one to tie goes to McCluskey this time. Went to Ruddick last time. All in favor? Okay, you have unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Johannes. Thank you to the neighbors for weighing in. And I'm happy that we had this fulsome discussion of all the points by all the people. And thank you, Mr. Bellissimo, for that motion. Okay, so we have now concluded item number 14. Number 15 is a long item with 10 speakers in addition to the applicant, agent Ms. Guglietti, Flynn Guglietti, and then we have a 5 more applications after that. There are 5 additional applications. It's now 46. So we'll break for an hour, I guess, an hour or an hour and a half, Mr. Carbolino. Do we want to return at 2 p.m.?
Why don't we play Solomon and say an hour and 15?
Okay, so that would make it like 2 p.m.
Yeah, that's it.
I think your neighbors.
I think we lost Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, can you try to get back on, please?
So are we good for 2 p.m.?
I think we're good for 2 p.m.
I think that was what Mr. Clark said. So why don't we reconvene at 2 p.m. And for everyone on YouTube and their phones, please reconvene at 2 p.m. I don't think we have to do another mic check, but staff will reach out 15 minutes prior to the last 5 items. Thank you.
Okay. See you at 2. Just wondering if you guys can hear me. Okay.
Yes, you're good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Loud and clear.
Hello. Sorry, I was. Hello.
Hey, Michael, Mr. Chair, we can begin.
Sorry, I had to. Yeah, I was just reconnecting. I was taken out of the WebEx. Okay, so the good thing about this, we're continuing the morning session. We don't have to read the opening remarks or ask about conflicts. So we're on item number 15. We have a revised agenda page for the agenda. This is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 7 variances. One has been revised, the depth. And we have 22 letters of objection. We have the materials from the previous hearing. This matter was deferred from the June 30th, 2022 hearing. Urban Forestry is looking for conditions 2 and 5 or refusal. And we have in the additional materials an additional letter of objection from 12 Northampton. And that's, I think we have 10 neighbors registered to speak. So we'll hear first from the agent. Let's see who the agent. Staff, can you please advise who the agent is?
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's Mary Flynn Gulietti of McMillan, and I'm here on behalf of Bernie and Carmela Romano, who are the owners of 102 Schaefer. This application has had quite a bit of history, and if I may, I'd like to ask for some assistance of staff to first and foremost put up the site plan dated August 25th, 2022, which I think will assist us in understanding the application. And while that's getting started, thank you very much. That's very helpful. So this application has had quite some history. The first time it appeared in front of the committee was on March 23rd, 2021. Our client requested an adjournment so that they could take into consideration the comments received from the neighbors and as well the comments received from staff. Many changes were made to the application at that time. The original application had a third story that was removed, as well as the rooftop terrace. There was significant reductions in the length and the depth, and as well, the front porch had been pushed back in order to preserve one of the trees. And if I could just point out to you on the site plan, you'll see the gray areas on the map. Those are the tree protection zones for all the trees that will be protected. There is one tree that is located, there is a line there that shows that that is located right in the very front of the house, and that is well within the front yard setback. And the difficulty with preserving that tree is that that tree would result in this particular orientation of the house being pushed back. And you'll note when you look at the hatch marks there, that is the original home. The original home, as you see, is set back significantly from the front yard, and it goes and encroaches into what would be the rear yard and all the way to the back. And that actually has a depth of 29.01 meters, which is well over what is permitted under the zoning bylaw. And that's something that's being corrected in this application. So we then sent out a notice to all of the neighbors to hold a public meeting to meet with the neighbors, to have discussions with them in June, prior to the June 30th hearing. And regretfully, there was just one couple that showed up. So the neighbors did not seem to want to have a discussion with us. We did, however, continue to have significant discussions with staff. And if I could point out to you, and I'd ask that you put up the October 4th staff report, specifically at page 3, wherein staff does provide an overview of all of the changes that were made to the application. As I said, there were many changes made between March and June, but after June, we met extensively with staff and had significant changes. So the building depth variance was reduced from 24.1 meters to 22.85. The length was reduced from 21.56 to 20.89 meters. The height was reduced from 8.94 meters to 8.28 meters. And the original application was 11.47. So these are very significant changes. The height of the main pedestrian entrance variance was reduced from 1.27 to 1.22 meters. And the size, the rear second story platform, was reduced from 28.26 to 10.43. And as well, a complete removal of the front second story platform variance. And there was the addition of a parking space length of 5.12 meters. Now, you'll note the paragraph immediately below that from staff is saying that that this is a significant improvement to the application, and they support all of the variances. And at the time that we submitted the revised application, they told us that they were satisfied with height. However, you'll note in the next paragraph, they say, upon further review, city planning staff do have concerns with the roof height at 8.28 meters. They then go on to say that the applicant did not previously have the opportunity to revise the flat roof height prior to proceeding to the scheduled hearing, because we didn't know that they had changed their position until October the 4th. So they are recommending that it be reduced to 7.67 meters, and that is a 2-foot reduction. However, the committee may very well remember that back on June 17th, I submitted a very extensive letter to the committee that went through all of the variances. As staff is supporting all of the variances except the height, I would ask you to turn to page 4 of the June 17th, 2022 letter, wherein I had gone through similar height variances that have been granted in the neighborhood. And attached to that letter is a very extensive review of the variances have been granted in the neighborhood. And we noted that height variances for flat roof dwellings were granted at 145 Schaefer Avenue, and that was for both Part 1 and Part 2 at 8.64 meters. At 1 Oregon Trail, 9.68 meters was granted. At 81 Mervyn, 9.53 meters was granted. At 31 Blaketon, a total of 8.56 meters was granted, and at 51 Laurel, a total of 10 meters was granted. So significant variances, much greater than the one that we're asking for, have been granted in the neighborhood. It's a very eclectic neighborhood with a lot of redevelopments and new builds, and of various and sundry different shapes and sizes. And with respect to this particular application, our client is creating a multi-generational home that will accommodate their parents that have mobility issues. And when you look at the plans, you will note that it is completely accessible for wheelchairs. And there is also an elevator throughout the building that allows a total movement throughout the house without any barriers whatsoever. And of course, when you're dealing with an elevator, there are clearance heights, etc., that are required. So this is part of the reason why our client is seeking the height variance, but others have been granted very significant height variances in this neighborhood, and this is certainly not the largest, and many have been granted that are much greater than that. And if you look at page 13 of my June letter, you will see that we give the examples of the houses along with the pictures that show the flat roof variances that have been granted in the neighborhood. Now, with respect to the issue of the tree, if staff could kindly put up the survey that was submitted with the application.
Yeah, Ms. Flynn Lullier, you're over your.
I know I'm over my time. I'm just
long application, and there are a lot of people registered, but if you can please try to wrap up.
Thank you very much. So when you're looking at the survey, you will note that the original house is really pushed back, absorbing much of the rear yard, whereas the new structure will be pulled up so that it is equal to the house it's immediately abutting. And you'll see that that's where the line is. And the tree that is to be removed is within the area where the house is going to be pulled forward. All the other trees on the property will be preserved. And you'll note that the rear yard significantly improves. And so there is an opportunity for replanting of trees in the rear yard to make up for the tree that will be, or that's required to be removed. And I submit to you that the variances fall within the general neighborhood and the immediate neighborhood, meet the 4 tests in the Planning Act. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I had just one comment to just lay, put in context, just to clarify. You said that your client, you did not know until this October 4th planning report that city planning had changed their mind, it says, of the opinion upon further review. And then they talk about you didn't have previously the opportunity to revise it. You're telling me that they had previously agreed to the 8 point whatever, and now they're saying 7.6 and a 7. And I always love the alternative. Or if you don't agree to that, give them nothing and it's 6.5. I know that's in the modify or refuse, but you're telling me that that is something that was just, after all of this, just came up on October the 4th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That is exactly correct. Our client was working very hard with planning to address all of their issues and concerns, and we were told that the application was satisfactory. And so the August 25th, 2022 plans were filed at the height, and they had no issues with the height at that time. As they say in their own report, that was upon further review.
Okay.
I don't know what else I can say about that, sir.
Okay, and just the last clarification, their third condition, I assume you have no difficulty that substantially in accordance with respect to the length and depth, because you're fine with that condition.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for?
I have a comment and a question. Yeah. I was particularly interested in the June letter that outlined the other. And I'm looking right now at it's 145 Schaefer, right?
That is correct. That's on page 13. That's on page 13 of comparables, madam. And that's a flat roof.
That's a flat roof, and it's actually coming in at what's the height on that one?
8.59, Madam Chair.
5.9. So the precedent really has already been set for the street. I'm particularly interested in the street.
Correct, ma'am. That is correct. And remember, there's on 145 Schaefer, there's a part 1 and a part 2.
Right, it's two detached homes on
Correct.
the lot, yeah.
So if you go back to page 12, there's actually two homes at 145, both part one.
That's
and
correct.
two.
That's correct. It's not just one home, it's two on
That's
the same street. Okay.
And that one is.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Madam Member.
Okay, so at least now we know that position. That seems to be all the community plan. Now, good segue. Now we're going to go hear from the neighbors, and they're
sorry, Michael, I was cut
yes.
off by Adrian. I just have questions of clarification related to height as well. Height obviously is impacted by the floor to ceiling height of a building, and also the grades, how far the first floor is from the surrounding grade. Just want to clarify, from what I'm seeing here, your floor to ceiling height in the basement is 9 feet high?
That is correct. That is correct.
And then floor to ceiling height on the first floor is 11 feet high?
That is correct.
And then the second floor, top floor, floor to ceiling is 10 feet high?
That is correct.
And then you have a parapet on top of that?
That's correct.
And then you have a roof deck. So people are, that's the deck of the rest, just a flat roof, right? When you say a deck. It's not really a deck that people get onto, it's a roof.
It's a roof, sir. No, we removed, there was originally a third floor.
No, the word says roof deck, okay.
And that was totally removed.
Okay. So, and also you were saying some other homes are precedent, but given the dominant character of the area, how many homes have this height? Like there are a lot of them or just a few?
Well, actually they're on page 12 and 13 and 14. So variances have been granted for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 homes in the immediate neighborhood.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And those are all flat roof homes, correct?
That is correct. We looked at comparables. We didn't go for the pitched roof. We just looked at flat roofs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker is Karen Dakin at 101 Shaver Avenue North. Really gonna these people, if you make it less, that would be helpful, especially if you hear that you're repeating things the neighbors said. But it seems to be before that community planning's main issue is the height, and let's hear what the neighbors, if they have other concerns in addition. So Samantha Perrin Dakin on the line.
This is her husband. She's actually not. She left. She's been waiting on this call for all day. She just left just recently. I'm sorry.
Are you going to be making submissions instead, sir, or?
No. Well, I'm not aware of her remarks or comments on this.
Okay.
We did not speak about them.
Okay. Yes, then we ran over. We realize this is still on the 9:30 morning agenda, and we apologize. If she comes back on, or is she coming back?
She will be back shortly. She's probably just running a minute or two late, and my apologies. Hopefully she's back.
Okay, if you can. So she's the first of 10 speakers, so we can put her at the bottom of the list.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Okay. 96 Shaver is the next speaker. Meng Yi.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. So thank you for hosting this meeting. My biggest concern is not only the height, because when we talk about building, you're talking about the depth, the height, and the width. All of them are over 25, more than 25% of the allowed number. So in my opinion, it's just way too big. And my biggest concern is this is our third time being invited to this type of meeting. And because the last one was canceled. So when I compare the two records, it didn't seem like they changed too much on these 3 important index. So I just wanted to know the improvement from the allowed variance, not the improvement from the last time they submitted. And because it's a corner, and I don't know what was the 3 or 5 flat roof building that the 102 is referring to, because we're a flat roof and we don't exceed the height. And That's just my comment. I just think every index is over 25%, and they're not minor to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
I don't have. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing if any of the panel members have any questions for you. If not, we'll hear from the next speaker, Anna Fang at 4 Northampton Drive.
Hi there, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anna Fang. I live and own 4 Northampton Drive, which is the direct neighbor of this property on the west side because it is a corner lot. To reiterate what everyone's saying, this is our third time attending this meeting. By no means am I a lawyer or an architect or eloquent in speaking on all the technicalities of everything, but what alongside with so many neighbors feel passionately about is that none of these variances are minor. That there's a lawyer and somebody to represent the owners to point out all the different variances that have already been made, but we need to look at this collectively as a whole. We live right next door. Having a second-story balcony glaring down on us is not ideal for our privacy, for noise, for the community, for the street, and we just don't feel comfortable with that. They're going to be much closer to us. They're going to be closer to the neighbors. There's going to be a huge building. We've outlined all of this in our objection letter where we voiced the concerns, at the time of what was sent to us, because there were 2 letters that were sent for this third application, where we felt that the height, the depth, and the length were too big for this lot. This is a great corner lot. The trees are characteristics of Etobicoke, and we feel that cutting down the trees, building this huge building is not characteristic, and it doesn't fit in with our neighborhood. We also want to know why there is consistently 3 kitchens in the plans. There's also no revision to the traffic report from the last hearing. So that was one of our major concerns as well, was the driveway length would be quite short. And that was actually part of the transportation report, that cars parking on the driveway would be abutting the right of way. And that's an issue. There are a lot of small families in this area. There's tons of schools close by, and parking would then have to overflow on the street. And that's a major issue. Cars can't park on Shaver, so they overflow naturally onto our street. And with tons of little kids, and pedestrians around, that's a major concern. And with this third application, we failed to see any kind of changes to that. In one previous report, I'm not sure, this regards to the trees. There were reports that they wanted to harness solar power, so I don't know if that is still the case, and that there may be future plans for cutting down further trees. We're also concerned for the trees that are next door to Crescentina. Sorry, I don't remember their house number at this time, but they have trees close by to the property, and I don't know how that would work with protecting those trees. So that's all I can think of right now. And thank you for taking the time to listen to us and to read our letters.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Fang? Okay, if none, we'll move on to the next speaker, Chris or Tina Polo at 98 Shaver.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. First of all, thank you for taking the time to, as Anna mentioned, to listen into our case today, if you will. I timed myself, so I'm going to read off some notes that are about 4 minutes, but I just wanted to quickly respond. First of all, to echo something that both Anna and Matane mentioned, which is, it was mentioned earlier that there's already a precedent for height in this neighborhood. 2 things I'd like to point out are A, as was mentioned, it's not just height, it's length, it's depth, it's a combination. It's the collective variances here, not just one. And the other thing to consider, I would believe, is proximity to neighbors and kind of adjacent houses. So 145 is 2 houses close together that were built together, but there's a fair amount of space between them and their neighbors, which is not the situation here. So I do want to throw that out. And the other thing I did want to mention is, as again, it was mentioned earlier that they've come down quite a bit from the first application, but it should be noted the first application was, I don't even know the word for it, beyond excessive. 3 stories, rooftop patio. So I don't think you can look at that in relation to where they are now. I think it was brought up earlier as well. You need to look at it in relation to the variances. So with that, again, I'll just point out again, my name is Chris Polo. I do live at 98 Shaver, which is the property adjacent to 102 on the south side. So we are an immediate neighbor. If you recall at the last hearing in June, the applicant's representative requested that the hearing be deferred, and you kindly asked us, the neighbors, to comment on the request. Despite having taken time out of our day to submit many objection letters, petitions, and attend the hearing not once but twice, again, both March 2021 and June 2022, we obliged. Our only ask was that if we were deferring once again, the applicant return with substantial changes to the application. What was being resubmitted for this hearing, in our opinion, does not amount to substantial change. Again, collectively, the depth, the length, and the height of the proposed build are still greatly in excess of what is permitted. Current application has shaved off feet, not meters. The length was 14.9 and it's now 12.7. That's 2 feet. Depth was 16.8 and it's now 12.6, 4 feet. In other words, both length and depth are still double-digit feet. They're still excessively beyond the what's allowed. Height of the roof is 8, and we've commented on that. It's now 5.8 feet. And again, I'm not sure if that even accounts for the solar panels. So is that in addition to the 5.8, or is that within the 5.8? I'm not sure where that lands. And as a point of comparison, this building will extend, as mentioned, up to our house. It actually extends beyond the front of our house. It extends substantially beyond the back of our house. The flat roof is well above the eaves trough of our pitched roof. And the excessive length and depth of the house will not only cause the removal of the trees on the applicant's property, but as mentioned by Anna, it will actually jeopardize the health and stability of 2 massive trees in the back of our property. This house will also dwarf the other homes in the neighborhood. Of equal, if not greater concern, is the 2 separate units and 3 kitchens that are included in the plans. On the original application, the reviewer classified the build as a duplex. In the second application, a different reviewer classified the build as a detached dwelling. I placed a call to city planning to speak to a reviewer, and that person acknowledged that making the determination was a bit of a gray area and in the hands of the individual reviewers. The exact words they used was, it's a 50-50 call. So in other words, if 10 reviewers review the application, 5 might call it a duplex, 5 others might not. So I would please ask you to consider this application as a potential duplex, which our neighborhood is not zoned for. And it's not very reassuring to understand that subjectivity and really a 50-50 call could lead to the determination of this being a duplex or not a duplex. When you put it all together, overall size of the build, variances in terms of depth, length, and height, balcony size, separate units, 3 kitchens, as was mentioned earlier. I hope you understand our concerns. Despite the applicant's stated intention for the building, a multi-generational home, the fact is that the intention can change. What doesn't change is what gets built, its large footprint, and its potential to become a duplex or a triplex. You don't need to look too far. You just have to look down at Martin Grove and Bloor to see a build that began with a stated intention that clearly changed. The neighbors didn't speak up there, and they sadly paid the price. The neighborhood here has spoken up, not twice, not once, not twice, but 3 times. I've lived here for 20 years. I've witnessed many builds, including my own home 10 years ago. All builds were done respectfully and of the bylaws and of the neighbors. We ask the same of this build. And I'd like to leave you with these final thoughts. When someone purchases a property, should they not be aware of the bylaws and what they are permitted to build? Should the bylaws be significantly ignored to accommodate the applicant, or the other way around? What is a minor variance? Again, collectively, can these variances really be called minor, individually or collectively? 2 last questions. Can you ignore the collective voice of more than 200 objections to this build over the course of 3 applications? Objections from longtime residents and longtime taxpayers of this neighborhood. And finally, could this not set a dangerous precedent in a neighborhood that is not zoned for duplexes when the review process is highly subjective and, in the words of someone from planning, a 50-50 call? Final thought, across the street, we have a multi-generational home that is built within the bylaws. The additional height here, as was cited earlier, it's for extra height on the main floor, extra height on the top floor. They've got an elevator across the street there too, and they've done it within the bylaws. So
thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. You're out of time. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions from Mr. Polo? Okay, if not, the next speaker on my list is, I assume staff that all the rest of the people on my list are present on the line. Ready to go. Tara Turley at 106 Shaver. right on.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I just had to get in the car. Yes, I'm at 106 Shaver, and I reject this because they're going way too high, and it's going to look over into my backyard, which I have young children, and as Anna pointed out also, that the parking is just going to be a nuisance because we already have enough people that try to park on our side street from Shaver on Northampton, which causes a backlog. And I reject it 110%, and I do not like the variance that they went and they tweaked with. Yeah, they called it that they're not doing the rooftop terrace, but as far as I'm concerned, I just got a picture from someone, and it looks like a Miami Beach style home is what they're trying to put up in an Etobicoke neighborhood, and that's just my point of view.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Shirley? And if no one does, let's go to the next speaker, which is John Ionzo at 95 Shaver. Mr. Ionzo, John? Staff, has Mr. Ionzo been...
Mr. Ionzo, you are unmuted. You can go ahead. He is on the call and he is unmuted.
Okay.
Now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hi, it's John Ionzo. I live at 95 Shaver Avenue North, and I would just echo the same comments that have been made before, that we object to the fact that the variances are not minor, they're actually quite major, and the house does not fit in any way with the current dwellings that are existing on Shaver. And it's also, I've been in the area most of my life, lived at that house for almost 30 years, haven't seen a house that's asked for a variance that actually affects two streets, Northampton and Shaver. So it's quite an enormous structure that's affecting many homes on Northampton and many homes on Shaver. Thank you very much for hearing my objection.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? And if not, let's move on to the next speaker, who is Chris.
I just have a quick comment. There were no other homes that looked like this home, and literally 2 doors down. So I just want to make that point. A new modern flat roof home.
Okay, thank you. Maybe not Miami, but new nonetheless. Next speaker is Chris Steigus at 108 Shaver.
Mr. Chair, he dropped off the call.
Okay, then the next speaker after that is Ricky Lynn at 92.
He as well is not on the line. We can move on to Brian Izzard. The rest of them are on the line.
Okay, Brian Izzard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Good. Thanks for listening to our concerns. I sent in an objection letter, and my concerns are very similar to the neighbors. But I would like the committee to recognize that the first application came as a duplex, and the changes that we see are not substantive to take away from the concept of a duplex in this proposal. And duplexes are not allowed within our zoning bylaws. It's as simple as that. And to call it a multi-generational building is just a way of getting around a difficult issue, which is people are building duplexes in areas that aren't zoned for this. And it should be stopped. And that is my comment.
Thank you. Okay, so the next speaker, can you advise who the next speaker is?
The next speaker is Gail Pennington.
Okay, and what's the address?
43 Northampton Drive.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Let me see. I'll put my video on. My name's Gail Pennington. I live at 43 Northampton.
Okay. Can you let us know what your concerns are? Hello? Hello? What did I get?
I can't hear anything there.
Okay.
Gail, are you on the line? So she's still on the line and unmuted. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
By the way, I can't see. Is my video on? Because I haven't been able to see my video, which is quite all right with me, but normally.
How about now?
Oh, there I am. Okay. Okay, so Gail Pennington, do we have her on video or audio to make her submissions?
Gail, are you on the line? So she is unmuted, so I'm not quite sure.
Okay, and I think, did we not have the first person?
Yep, Samantha is back on the line. I can see her. She's on her video there.
Okay, so let's deal with Samantha Parent-Dakin. She's at 101, just across the street. Samantha Parent-Dakin.
Me, please. Hi there.
Hi there.
Yes, thank you for taking our feedback and for hosting this meeting. My name is Samantha Parent-Dakin. I live across the street. I'm at 101 Shaver Avenue North. I echo the sentiments of Chris Polo and our other neighbors. I find the dimensions of the proposed structure offensive. It's something that we look directly out onto, something that really appealed to us when we purchased our home 10 years ago was the green space, the trees, the neighborhood, and the character of the neighborhood. However, what they're proposing is a significant change and will impact our view, the sunlight coming into the home. My children are picked up and dropped off at that corner. I'm concerned about how traffic and parking will impact them as pedestrians. I'm also concerned about the ambiguity in the zoning and the change of duplex to single family dwelling, however, maintaining the characteristics of a duplex. I don't see why a home would require 3 kitchens, if not with some sort of intent to perhaps expand upon that. Our direct neighbors are a multi-generational home, as Chris had mentioned. They have an elevator in the home. There are, and they managed to achieve their dwelling within respect of the zoning of our neighborhood and within the aesthetic of our neighborhood. And I have submitted a letter. I've submitted, this is my second letter that I've submitted. And we maintain that it could significantly just impact the aesthetic of the neighborhood as well as the value of our homes down the road, because I don't know that somebody would want to live, it would impact, I think, the appeal, the attractiveness of the sale should any of us decide to sell our homes. If there's a duplex or possibly triplex across the street and increased traffic and increased parking issues. So thank you for hearing me out today.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? And if not, I believe that's our last speaker, moderator.
No, we do have one more.
We have one more.
We have Ben Sawa, and then I'm hoping we can try and get Gail. She is still on the line, so if we can try and get Gail her 5 minutes as well, but if not,
We say we have Ben.
we have a
Yeah,
Ben.
it's, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, it goes by as Big New or Ben. Depends if you're Polish or not. Anyways, yeah, everything's been mentioned earlier by the neighbors and my friends on this call, and you know, two over and over again themes are, like, what is a variance? Like, a variance to me is a small variance, and it's been you know, you got to define what variance means, and it's well in excess of what I think a minor variance is. That's number one. Number two, a point was made about someone on the call made a point about a house being 2 doors away with a flat roof. Yes, there is a house 2 doors away with a flat roof with not one single variance at all to any of the zoning variances. So yes, there's a flat house 2 away that stayed well within all variance laws, and I'm all for multi-generational families, and just do, you know, multi-generational family dwellings, do them within variances. I'm all for it, but just do it within variances. The rest has been already spoken about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kawa, you're going to need to state your name and address for the record because were a late.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. It's Ben Kawa, and I'm at 94 Shaver.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to ask the same thing because I see Ben on my speakers list. So
Yes, he registered this morning.
I see. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it's now, we have Gail Pennington. We've circled back and heard from Samantha. We're supposed to hear from her first. We heard from her just before. So we have one more speaker, Gail Pennington. Is she available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, guys, Mr. Chairman and the committee. Everything's been said, and you've had all our letters. I've actually walked the street, petitioned, talked to the neighbors. We pretty much know each other all on the street. I have a couple of comments to add. Number one, a quick little history of the property, because there's been all this talk about they're moving the house up away from the neighbors. My grandparents actually owned that property back in the 30s or 40s. The backyard used to go all the way over to Smithwood or Laurel. So when that property was severed to build the other houses, that's why the existing old house was there. When I sold this property to the Romanos, they had their own agent, but I talked to them about why the driveway was on Northampton. And what happened was, when the driveway used to be on Shaver, which is why the address was 102 Shaver, but when they put the road in, they told my grandparents they couldn't have the driveway because it was too close to the road. So they moved their little, gravel driveway to the back of the house. I don't even think they had a car, and it just stayed that way. When I sold the house, I talked to the Romanos and prospective buyers that the driveway should be on Shaver, and then they would have a long driveway. The back of the house would then become the back of the house. They would move it up, similar to Chris and Tina, and it would fit in the property. I called Hydro to make sure that was okay, everything else. The way the house is set up, the parking is so jammed on the side there that you really can't get one car in. My grandparents always had to park on an angle. So it's the whole design from the very beginning does not suit the property. And I guess my only thing too about the height, there's not very many houses around here that have 11-foot main floor ceilings and 10-foot second floor and 9-foot basements. By reducing those, they bring the height down considerably. And really, that's about it. They did invite the neighbors, but at that point, everyone was very discouraged that they hadn't listened to anything that we had said, didn't really want to talk to anybody. I mean, there's architects, there's people that deal with planning, myself as a realtor. They didn't talk to anybody about concerns. So everyone just thought, what's the point in going and getting in an argument with them? And I think that's what happened. And they have now come back again with like still major variances. And I know every flat roof house around this neighborhood, and it depends where they are. The houses on Shaver, some of them are quite far away from the houses across the street. Where this is, it's going to sit, as someone said, impacting 2 streets and several small children, and so on and so on. So I object to the size of it. The multi-generational, I mean, they could always put a second apartment in eventually. So I'm not objecting to that. But they can do this in a lot smaller space. That would make everyone happy. So that's just all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pennington. Okay, I assume no one has any questions for her because they didn't have any questions for the other 10 speakers. So now we've heard from 11 speakers. We're going to go back to Mary Guglietti for her rebuttal. And if you need to go more than your allotted 5 minutes in the circumstances, since it's a rebuttal, I think it's only reasonable for me to use my discretion to let you use a reasonable amount of time to respond to what 11 people have to say.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And I guess there was something I wanted to, so we're only 0.56. It is a big lot because it's a corner lot. So it seems like there's been a lot of interest in the height and in the overall, nature of size of variances and how it fits in. Last speaker actually was quite interesting about the configuration. It is, where the existing house was situated.
Thank you very
much.
much.
It is now a new build, so it really doesn't matter.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. I can tell you that the architect has worked very closely with Bernie and Carmela, and has taken into consideration their cars. And we know for a fact that their 2 cars fit on the driveway and will not be overhanging onto the sidewalk. They're not concerned. Plus they have the garage, and the garage has accessibility to go into the house directly, and also directly to the elevator for those that need the elevator as well. So we're quite satisfied with the driveway and the fit of the driveway. I'd also like to point out, if you look at the drawings, there are not 3 kitchens. I don't know where this 3rd kitchen is coming from. There is a kitchen on the main floor, and there is also kitchen facilities in the basement, which is typical in many homes. I'd also like to point out that it is not a duplex, that at the time that the original application was reviewed, that was one of the reasons an adjournment was requested, because it was never intended as a duplex. It was always intended to be Bertie and Carmela's house, and the ability to have their parents that have mobility issues join them in that house. And that's why it's a multi-generational free access for wheelchairs as well. The other thing I'd like to point out is the immediately abutting neighbor, I believe that was Mr. Polo at 98 Schaefer. His property is up a little bit higher, and his house enjoys quite a height as well. But also, it's very important to point out that our client does not require any variances with respect to the side yards, with respect to the front yard, with respect to the rear yard, nor with respect to the landscaped open space. And those are usually a pretty good tell of whether or not you're getting too close to their neighbors. Yes, there's going to be more space in the backyard. So if anything, for those that are living on Northampton, the backyard is being pulled, the house is being pulled closer up to Schaefer, in keeping with how the houses front onto Schaefer, which does allow a backyard, which is appropriate for any home. I'd also like to point out that with respect to the front porch on the 2nd story has been completely removed. The one at the rear has been reduced, but it also has opaque glass. And our client is prepared to have that added as a condition for anybody who has concerns about potential overlook. Now, with respect to the trees, talking about trees coming down, there is just the one. And we do have the site plan up in front of us right now. And you'll see the areas in gray. Those are the TPZ zones that are needed and required in order to ensure protection of the trees. So with respect to the immediately abutting neighbor, there are trees that are being shown. There is a TPZ zone that ensures protection of those trees. So there is no application needed for injury of trees at all with respect to the neighbor's trees. They will be fully protected. And of course, the big tree at the front is not an area in concern whatsoever. So there will be no damage to any of their trees as well. I'd also like to point out, just going through the comments that were made by Ms. Pennington, she is correct. She was the real estate agent that sold this house to our clients. And at the time that she sold the house to our clients, she did tell the clients that this property was a property for redevelopment, and I think presumed that there would be a redevelopment on that property. However, certainly it wasn't within her purview to tell someone how to develop that property. It is a property that has frontage on Schaefer. It will be reoriented with the houses on Schaefer. There will be an appropriate backyard. It's surprising that the variance was granted in the first, not variance, but the consent was granted in the first instance that resulted in a rear yard that doesn't meet any of the rear yard requirements of the zoning bylaw. With respect to the orientation of the driveway, I've already spoken about that, and the location of the garage. I submit to you that the application, our clients have worked very hard with the planning department. It's unfortunate that the residents chose for whatever reason not to meet and provide input directly to my clients. The opportunity was presented, and I think that our client has worked very hard to bring forward a proposal that is acceptable to the planning staff, save and except for the last minute change on the height, that meets the 4 tests as set out in my letter dated June 7th. I've gone through the 4 tests. I won't repeat any of that, and would ask that you approve the application as it is.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Flynn-Gugler, and you made it within the 5 minutes, so kudos to you. Any questions, members, for the applicant's agent or for any of the neighbors for that matter? Or let's take it into committee for a decision.
Anybody
If not,
would like to have some input? I've listened to this. I've heard it before, and I've read all the 22 opposition letters and heard carefully what people have said here. I believe that the previous submissions, there was input by the residents. They had made their position clear earlier when this proposal came forth. And it's triggered a great deal of neighborhood involvement. And this group isn't even a group, it's a number of residents. They're not part of a resident association. In terms of the variances, I find that the house is too large in total. It has 45 square meters more than allowed, that's 500 square feet. The depth is 13 feet deeper than it's allowed, that's 3.85 meters. The length is 13 feet more than it's allowed, 3.9 meters. The flat roof is 6 feet higher than it's allowed. And forestry has put in their submission a refusal on this application. So given all that, I'd like to move for denial of the variances.
okay, thank you, Mr. Bellissimo, for that motion. Do we have a seconder? I see.
I just want to add before I second the motion, you know, it's unfortunate because I actually like the design, but I do agree with Mr. Bellissimo that it is an overbuild for that site. And so for that reason, I'm going to second that motion.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? I will dissent. I believe it's only 500 square feet more, and I believe it does fit in. But the motion carries 4-1, and the application is refused. Thank you, Ms. Flynn-Gugler. Thank you to all the neighbors who took the time, and our apologies for having you spend a lot of time waiting to have this matter heard. And have a great afternoon, everyone. Okay, so we'll move on. We can move on then to our next application, which is item number 1643 24th Street. This is a matter that was deferred from the January 13th, 2022 hearing. And it's for a 2-story rear addition and a second story addition above the existing dwelling. So a top off and a 2-story rear. There are 3 variances. We have a streetscape plan, a cover letter, a revised Long Branch checklist, guideline checklist. Planning has a report for information. We have objection letter from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. I think we have 2 copies of the same letter. They didn't look any different, and they both were undated. So I think we maybe have 1 letter of objection from the folks at the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, and there is nothing from Urban Forestry. Let's see who the speakers are. Staff, can you assist while I open my phone?
Mr. Chair, just to inform you, Jason Hamilton and Gina Suba, the tenants at 43 24th Street, they are not on the call. They haven't been on the call all day.
Okay, they're the tenants of the subject property were scheduled to speak.
Yes, they were scheduled to speak, but they haven't been on the call all day. So.
Okay, well, I assume they're anyway. Okay, but we do have Andy Scholes, either on his own behalf or on behalf of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. We'll find out registered a guest. So we have David Eagleman, the agent for the applicant, and then we have Mr. Scholes. I assume he's speaking in his capacity with the Long Branch Association. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Even though it's the morning
or afternoon.
The afternoon. Oh, we got a visual of you. This is great.
Yes, I decided to put on my camera today.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, Mr. Chair, if I can provide a presentation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So good afternoon now, Mr. Chair and committee members. David Eagleman, planner here on behalf of the owner. Before getting into the variances, I would like to note that extensive consultation with community planning staff has taken place, and significant revisions to the proposal were made in an attempt to satisfy planning staff. And as noted in my submitted cover letter, as well as the staff report issued for this application, dated September 28th, 2022, planning staff have no concerns or objections with the revised proposal. There are now only 3 variances being sought, whereas 5 were previously requested with the original application, and the proposal has been revised to a sloped roof design, whereas it was previously a flat roof. I will note that the previously submitted transportation and forestry report are no longer applicable to the proposal due to the revisions that we have made. Forestry has provided an updated memorandum which does not provide any recommended conditions, and transportation staff have not submitted any updated correspondence. And considering that is the case, it is understood that they have no concerns, objections, or recommended conditions. We have also consulted with surrounding neighbors and have received support signatures from some of the surrounding neighbors, including the immediately adjacent neighbor at 45 24th Street. Regarding the floor space index variance of 0.63 times the lot area, that will be spread over 2 floors and will be in keeping with the existing character of the neighborhood. The new dwelling includes modest ceiling heights of 8.9 feet and 8 feet for the first and second floors respectively, and is compliant with the maximum permitted height. The proposal is also compliant with all required setbacks except for the south side yard setback, which is an existing condition, and is also compliant with all landscaping requirements. This demonstrates that the proposed massing and built form is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and is appropriate for the lot. There have also been a number of approvals for FSI along 24th Street and within the broader neighborhood, which include 21 24th Street approved at 1 times the lot area, 25 24th Street approved at 0.94, 30 24th Street approved at 0.68, 84 24th Street approved at 0.76, and 40 Elder Avenue approved at 0.96. So based on these approvals and the provided justification, I believe it is demonstrated that the proposed FSI and resulting massing will be in keeping with the character and will fit in harmoniously with the adjacent and surrounding context. Regarding variance number 2, as I mentioned, the proposed south side yard setback of 0.6 meters is a currently existing condition on the property, and the proposal will be maintaining that existing condition. The proposal also provides a north side yard setback that exceeds the minimum requirement of 0.9 meters due to the setback, which is 1.2 meters to the north. And so the proposal will actually provide an aggregate side yard setback distance that is compliant with the bylaw. The proposed south side yard setback is in keeping with the character and will have little to no impact further than what currently exists. Regarding variance number 3, that is entirely due to the south side yard setback variance. It is also essentially an existing condition on the property today, and that is being maintained through this proposal. So the eave setback will have little to no impact further than what currently exists on the subject property and will be in keeping with the character. Yeah, I'm wrapping up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
The proposed projection of the eaves is also only 44 centimeters, which is 46 centimeters less than the maximum permitted projection. It is just because of the distance to the side yard. So based on the provided justification, I'm of the opinion that this proposal fits with the existing and planned context, is consistent with the development trends along the street, and meets the 4 tests under section 45(1). Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eagleman. Good presentation. We have 3 variances. Planning seems in favor. Everyone, we still have, it looks like the Long Branch Association. We haven't heard from the neighbors. Neighbors are okay? We heard from the neighbors. No one's weighed in.
Yes, we did receive support from one of the immediately adjacent neighbors, and I'm not aware of any concerns from any other neighbors other than the LBNA.
Okay, let's hear then from the LBNA.
Sorry.
Okay, you have a question, Danny?
Are we allowed to question now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. So jumping again. Just clarification on variance number 1, where you're allowed 105.6 square meters and you're asking for 189.2 square meters, which is almost, well, pretty close to, I want to say double, but it's pretty high up there. Can you explain, is the garage and the basement included in that calculation, or is that excluded? Because sometimes they are.
Yeah, so the basement is excluded from the GFA, but I will note, Member Bellissimo, that these are small lots in the area, which are subject to also a very small maximum permitted FSI.
Yeah, no, I just wanted clarification on how that was calculated. So you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Scholes. Assume it's not, there's no tree, there's no urban forestry condition, so I assume this time they're concerned with the built form. Mr. Scholes?
Good afternoon, how are you?
We have 2 letters bookmarked opposition. One of them says LBNA, and in fact, they're both the same letter and they're both undated. So that's correct. We only have 1 objection letter.
I believe that's the case. I'm looking for the objection letter on the AIC file dated October the 7th, page 2 in particular. They have an FSI map that I was looking to refer to. Be the map after the letter, I think, is what comes up. Anyhow, my name is Andy Scholes. I live at 12 Jasmine Avenue in Long Branch. I'm a member and I sit on the board of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. We have a mission statement to protect, celebrate, and enhance the neighborhood of Long Branch. I note there have been some changes to the appearance of the new build over the original plan, including a redirecting of driveway to maintain the tree in the front yard. Unfortunately, the house still maintains an excessive floor space index of 0.63, an improvement from 0.68, but still well above the prevailing density for the area of 0.35. This home, if approved, will be the tallest building on the block with the highest density. The home will present as 3 stories, mostly due to the inclusion of an integrated garage with 2 floors above. This will certainly not reinforce the characteristics of the modest detached homes elsewhere on the block. It's a little bit of a single soldier house all by itself. Is it possible to get the FSI map on, I guess, page 3 of her letter? That's the one there. I direct you to the FSI map found on Ms. Mercado's letter of objection. You can see that the majority of the single detached houses on this block have an FSI of 0.35 or less, as shown in green on the map. Looking at the image of this streetscape from the applicant's file, this build will be taller than a triplex a few doors down. Should this planned build go ahead, it will certainly serve a precedent for the negative character change, and we'll see the disappearance of plantable space for large canopy trees, animated front porches, and will be replaced by integral garages that in most cases seldomly house the family car. I would disagree about how harmoniously this house would fit into the neighborhood. The integral garage with 2 floors above is contrary to the attributes outlined in the Long Branch Neighborhood Character Guidelines, a document that was produced to instruct how the character of Toronto's neighborhoods could be maintained, something that the City Council thought was in danger of being lost without strict controls on development projects, and something that is under threat with this design. This style of oversized home with an integral garage occurs only 5 times in the broader neighborhood, and all of these homes are located in an RD zone on 24th Street north of Elder. These 5 homes all predate the adoption of the Long Branch Neighborhood Character Guidelines. The Character Guidelines say the objective of the guidelines is to identify the neighborhood's key character-defining qualities and to ensure that future developments are undertaken in a manner which is contextually sensitive and responsive to the broader neighborhood character in keeping with the policy 4.1.5 of the official plan. In order to accomplish this, the guidelines incorporate a design methodology which evaluates future development at 3 concentric scales, including the property in relation to adjacent properties, the property in relation to the street and the block segment, and the property in relation to the broader neighborhood context. And that's from the introduction to the Long Branch Neighborhood Character Guidelines. The design of this home would go a long way to maintaining the neighborhood character if the integrated garage was eliminated and a redesigned 2-story home was built on the site with the present parking solution maintained. I mentioned that the altered driveway will likely not necessitate the removal of the tree in the front yard. That seems to be the good news, but the other trees do not get mentioned in the revised application. In fact, the applicant requests the removal of the arborist report, no mention of additional tree protection or planting in the backyard. The LBNA would request that the committee refuse this application today. Long Branch has experienced a threat to the stability of our neighborhood with the significant increase of consent applications and construction of dwellings that are out of keeping with the low-density character of the neighborhood. Approval of this consent would quickly lead to the deterioration of the character on the street that has been experienced not only here, but in other streets in the greater Long Branch area neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scholes. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Scholes? Okay, I guess, Mr. Scholes, you disagree this time with community planning. They feel that the revised application is in keeping with the physical character, particularly immediate contacts. And they mentioned about the issue about the Long Branch guidelines, that although the application has an integral garage and main floor above the pedestrian entrance, which is normally required pursuant to your guidelines, then in this case, the proposal includes a variety of materiality to address the front and side facades. I guess it's not a new build also, though. They get some points for that, for doing a top up and a rear addition, or is that just a technicality here?
I would say the main contention is the 2 floors above the integrated garage is sort of key in the Long Branch Character Guidelines. Materiality and things like that is a little bit more difficult to argue, yeah. But the 2 floors above the garage is sort of the linchpin here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I guess if no one has any questions for you, then we'll go back to.
Actually, I have a quick question, Mr. Scholes. I just went on Street View, and it looks like he is right about there not being any other soldier homes. We'll call them soldier homes on this particular street. Is that true? Is that true today? Because the Street View is dated October 2020.
Again, on the FSI map, there's a house at number 30, 24th Street, that is in the area that we're talking about here, the same zone, RM zone. It's listed at 0.68. It does have a garage with a single floor above it. So it is a little bit tall, but it's still shorter than 8.7 meters, and it's much less overwhelming. And there's no height variance on this home. It's the massing of the house and the piling on of the 2 floors above the garage that is the issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Eagleman, you want to, the floor is yours to respond to Mr. Scholz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify through you, Mr. Chair, this is a new build. It is a new dwelling. And in regards to the entire garage, I will note that there are no variances pertaining to the garage or the location or grade of the garage. There are no variances related to that. And there are homes in the area on the street that have integral garages with 2 stories above. Some of them are a little just slightly north of the subject property, but there are similar dwellings with integral garages on the street. And in regards to the FSI, I cannot verify the accuracy of the map that the LBNA, Mr. Scholz, has provided, but according to my research, which I have obtained from the City of Toronto, from the Committee of Adjustment previous decisions within the last 10 to 15 years, there have been many approvals on the street and within the neighborhood, and the average of those approvals is 0.71 times the lot area. And this would not be the highest density on the street or even within the block. As I mentioned in my initial presentation, there are just at 24th Street, which is just down just a couple houses away, that was approved at 0.94 times the lot area. Regarding Mr. Scholz's comments about this being taller than a triplex down the street, there are no variances for height, wall height, or anything related to the height of the dwelling. In regards to the trees, the one regulated tree, the city-owned tree at the front of the property, is being maintained with full protection, and the proposal will not be impacting any other regulated trees on the property. And Mr. Scholz made a comment about this being a consent. This is a minor variance application. It is not a consent. And so it is my submission that this proposal is in keeping. And lastly, just in regards to the FSI, the proposal is compliant with setbacks, all setbacks except the existing condition setback, all landscaping requirements, length and depth, and that demonstrates that the massing is in keeping with the character, will have little to no impact further than what the bylaw already contemplates, and is appropriate for the lot.
Okay, can I just thank you for that? Well, I thought I was maybe getting late in the day and I'm looking at the wrong application, but this application, first of all, doesn't show you as the agent, shows Arsenault Architects. You go by another, it showed the owners are Andy Flajnik and Kajla Dinkoy.
Through you, yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes the Arsenault Architects is the architect on file. Sometimes what happens is the architect.
You're the planner. Okay, but I'm going on. Now, the purpose of the application, and I said this when I introduced it, to construct a 2-story rear addition, a 2nd-story addition above the dwelling, top up and a 2-story rear. And I even said, I said to Mr. Scholz, don't they get any points for not doing a complete rebuild? Because they keep the facade and that's just the technical and then leave the wall up. But do we have an issue here? It says this is a 2-story rear addition, a 2nd-story addition. Even in the planning report, they mentioned they copy out the purpose of the application in the body of their report, the report for information, which is good. They support you. they talk about in the body that this is a demolish and rebuild. So do we have a problem, Mr. Carvalino, with the purpose here? Or let's dispense with that issue. This is a new build. I asked Mr. Scholes, he said, so I don't know if someone didn't understand what I said, but this is a new build. Oops, I'm losing power here too. I gotta switch. Phil?
So I think there's a problem with the notice.
Just asking Phil to weigh in with that. I have to get a new computer because I'm losing power on my.
I'll have to look into it on our system. Just one moment.
I'm at 5%, so I'm going to have to switch. You can have the city computer back. Okay. While you look into that, I'm going to log back in. Okay.
Can you just repeat the nature of the question of notice?
Yeah, it says it's top up and 2-story rear. When in fact, we understand now it's a demo and new detached dwelling with an attached garage.
Well, not only do we have, I consider it to be an issue of notice because it's new and everything is in the notice identified as the additions, and I'd have to look into the fee as well to see if they actually paid the fee for a new dwelling as opposed to addition. So there are some issues with the revisions made.
The case.
Yeah, so after we just spent all this time on this,
Yeah.
good thing I noticed. But so are we, Mr. Eagleman, what's your position on this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand if the committee has their standards and if this needs to be deferred. However, I will note that all the neighbors were made aware of the application. The variances are listed correctly despite the fact that it says altered dwelling rather than new dwelling. And so I don't believe there would be any change in terms of new neighbors coming back to the hearing if the description was updated. However, I'm in your hands, Mr. Chair.
Just to clarify, the variances, it's not just the purpose of the application, it's the variances and how they're cited, and that could be an issue with the building department, because if you look at variance 2, for example, it indicates the altered dwelling will be located 0.6 meters from the south lot line. It doesn't say the new dwelling. Everything is to the altered dwelling, and we do this routinely so that it corresponds to the proposal and the fees and everything else that goes out. So if a zoning examiner for during a building permit review was to look at it, they would stop and say, oh, wait a minute, this was for an altered dwelling, not for a new dwelling. Maybe the committee looked at it because the side lot line variance was to an existing wall. Now it's new. There are implications, and we routinely phrase our variances that way to represent what the proposal is, new versus additions. Sorry, Mr. Eagleman.
Understood.
Mr. Chair, Danny Bellissimo, the drawings are quite obvious. It's not an existing condition addition, and I think we may have some technical difficulties here since there is some opposition. So could I move for deferral just to speed things up and see what people's opinions are here?
I'm happy to second that motion.
Okay, you can hear me. I just had to log back in on a different device.
Yeah.
We have a motion to defer. I think that's
yeah, and a seconder.
Okay. In light of what staff is telling us, I guess we have no choice. So we'll have to regroup when this gets sorted out with a new notification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Okay. Okay, so our next application is item 1718 Spears Street. It's an application to construct a one-story front addition and a two-story addition above the existing dwelling. This matter is deferred on August the 18th in order for the applicant to consult with Urban Forestry. And as I'm now using my computer, we have nothing. We just have the materials from the previous hearing. There are 3 variances. Oh no, that's the other one. We have 4 variances, and we have the materials from the previous hearing. Urban Forestry is looking for condition number 1, it looks like. And in the additional materials, Ravines advised they have no condition. Can you stop, please advise who the speaker is? Because I'm now using the same device as a camera. That'll be helpful.
The speaker is Aristi G. He is unmuted.
Hello.
So he's logged in on 2 devices.
Yes, Arist is Arist there? He looks like he's the co-owner of the property.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please proceed, sir. Just give us a brief. We don't have any issues from other city departments other than Urban Forestry looking condition number 1. Sir, can you start off by stating your name? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can hear you.
Okay, just checking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my name is Arist Atefakji, and I'm the owner of the 18 Spears. My architect was supposed to be representing me, but she couldn't, so I have to come to the committee. I'm not really used to this procedure, but I will try my best. So, I mean, at the end, it's 4 minor variances. We were supposed to go past through the Committee of Adjustment on August 18, but unfortunately, there was the tree protection that submitted like some request for deferral a few days before, and it kind of fell through the cracks. So I guess my architect didn't notice, and since I was relying on her for that, and we kind of find ourselves in the day of the committee that we were not aware of that. So we addressed the issue, and now
you're back. You resolved the issue with Urban Forestry, and I see they're looking for a condition. You're okay with that condition?
Yeah, we're gonna be applying for the enduring the tree. There's no problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if members have any questions for you, or if someone's ready for a motion. It looks like it's your floor space index just slightly above what's permitted. And you have
is ready to move if there are no further questions. I've gone through the 4 variances. The numbers are really small. I find them minor in nature and move for approval. Conditional forestry 1.
Okay, thank you. Seconder for that? Ms. McLeod, thank you. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye.
Okay, item number 18 is 43 9th Street. It's an application to construct a new dwelling with an attached garage, and there are 10 variances. We have revised plans and waiver. We have, this matter was deferred from the August 18th hearing as well. Urban Forestry is looking for conditions 1 and 2. We have a planning report dated August the 4th. It were before the previous time it was here, and they're advised that that report, which is a refusal report, still stands. And in the additional materials, we have a revised notice eliminating variance 10 being the platform area of 20 square meters. So we no longer have variance number 10. So now we have 9 variances. And staff, please advise who the speakers are on this application, as I don't have it open in front of me.
The speaker is Enzo Lasciano.
Okay, Enzo Laciano. Okay. And there's apparently an objection letter, a late arriving objection letter that is timely that we are to be advised about. Mr. Carvalho?
Yes, it was sent to you, Mr. Chair, and if staff can just put it up on their shared screen, please. So this was correspondence received from community planning this morning, just to clarify everything so that the committee had the most current information before it.
Yep. Okay.
Mr. Chair, am I on or?
Yes. So the speaker for this, yeah.
Hi, my name is Enzo Lacasano from Arch DWG.
Enzo, the only speaker on this. There's no neighbors or anyone.
That is correct.
Have the negative plan. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Enzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the email, because we were in discussion with Nicholas, is because he just put a blanket note about the report. The issue with planning is only for variance number 9, and not the entire application. I just wanted to clarify that. And that's why Nicholas wrote this late email, because they did not update the report based on the revised drawings that we submitted.
Okay, it's too small. I can't read that, but let's see. Oh, so it's this is okay. So they're now community planning is against variance number 9.
Yeah, that's been their main objection, because we did revise 4 other variances, because we were originally at 12, and we've knocked it down to 9.
Okay, so when they say that the objection letter from August 4th still stands, that's not possible because you made changes.
That's correct. That's correct.
But this email before us now from this morning says that they're just against item 9, number 9. Is that what we're?
That's correct.
That's the only variant. So you have to. So you're arguing. Are you agreeable?
No, because we've got. If staff can put up the photos.
Okay. At least we know that.
Sorry.
Community planning is only a concern with the height.
No, which we reduced to the 10 meters, as requested by planning.
Okay, it says though, city planning, or this is the email, Nicholas, from this morning. That's we have up on the screen now.
Yeah, it doesn't say height. It's only for variance number 9, which is the height of the floor, of the main floor above established grade, where the requirement or what is allowed is 1.2, and we're requesting 1.65.
Okay, so there are we just trying to say they're concerned with variance 9 and not variance 6? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
That's correct. Variance 6 is not a concern, as that was one of the changes. If you look back at his report, he identifies 4 items which we revised on the drawings.
Okay, so the clarification, notwithstanding email that said our report from August 4th still stands, they now are concerned with variance number 9.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, they've always had concern with number 9, but it's not a blanket statement on the first report because they did not receive the revised drawings in time. That's why we had to defer it.
Okay, so now, again, for the third time, what we established is community planning is only concerned, whether they were before is irrelevant, but they have one concern now, not a refusal of the entire application, only of variance number 9, which is the proposed height of the lowest point of a main, that variance, right?
Correct.
So why are we still talking about this? So it's not the other height variances.
No.
Being variances 5. Oh, sorry, there's a whole whack of them. Variance 4, 5,
Well,
6,
yeah,
7.
number 3 and 3 is an existing condition of where the house is now, which we're maintaining because we're maintaining the existing foundation walls.
That's the front
That's
yard.
correct.
Okay, but let's just go back to the height.
Yeah.
Again, fourth
Okay,
time
so
now.
the height of the
Concern with variance 9 and
Correct.
not with variances, other height variances or any other variances.
correct.
That's what that email tells us.
Yes.
Okay, so now go ahead and defend why the committee should give you variance 9 if you're telling us that's all that community planning is concerned about.
Okay. So the intent of or how variance 9 came about is that we do not want to underpin the existing the two existing dwellings on either side. So we want to maintain the existing footing levels, and in order to give them an acceptable or a decent basement height, I believe of 8 feet, the main floor has been raised to the 1.65. Now, if staff can pull up the pictures of the recent buildings that have been put up in the area, probably in the last 5 years. So this is just 4 doors just north of our property. And as you can see, you know, there's their main floor is a lot higher than what we're proposing. And then there's a few more just further up. There's another example of new builds. So I'm not sure why planning just picked on ours. And here's another one across the street. And these are all new builds. But our main intent was to protect the footings of the 2 adjacent neighbors, since we were keeping the existing foundation walls and we didn't want to undermine their footings. Because all the other variances are very minor in nature. It's very, like the GFA is well within, or actually it's well under what's been permitted in the area. And I think it's a very positive application.
Okay. Thank you. Staff members, any questions for Mr. Locasano? Or is someone ready for a motion?
Danny Bellissimo, staff can put up the elevation. It's called the west elevation, which is the front elevation of this house. Just so I can make some comments. And if members could hear what I'm about to say. Maybe other members conduct. Yes, that's right. So in overall addressing the variance number 9, I find that the difference is very modest compared to what's allowed. And as the applicant has proven to us with other pictures, those front porches in the other houses are much higher than this one. So I don't think there's a basis for refusing number 9. And I'll go through all the other variances. And there's many variances, but they're really small in terms of differences in numbers. So I'd like to move for approval of the variances as per the revised waiver we received in the additional package. Condition of forestry, I believe there's a condition here.
Yep, 1 and 2.
Yeah, so one and 2.
Thank you, Mr. And that's of the revised application eliminating the platform area. And okay, thank you. We have a seconder for that motion. Ms. McCluskey, thank you. All in favor? You have unanimous approval, I think. I didn't see, okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Locasano. Be well.
Thank you.
Okay, our next application, last one of the afternoon or morning, is item 1916 Don Albert Road. It's an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage and a second dwelling unit. There are 9 variances. We have a cover letter. Urban forestry, it was deferred to deal with urban forestry, I believe. It was from September 1st, 2022. Urban forestry has conditions 1 and 2. We have the cover letter. Planning has a condition of approval. Construct is illustrated on the site plan as stated in their memo. And that's all we have. Staff, can you please advise who the speaker is or are on this application?
Speaker is Matthew Fratton Crongelli, agent, and that is all.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Matthew Fratton Crongelli, the authorized agent of the owner. My address is 107 Blackstone Avenue in Hamilton.
Okay, welcome. So we had the deferral back in September. We have your cover letter.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we applied, there were some comments from planning and from urban forestry. We did make revisions, and planning and urban forestry no longer have comments or objections on the applications. I have reviewed the conditions, which are typical, and we are happy with those.
Okay, so you're okay with the recommended planning condition, construct as illustrated in the site plan, September 16th, held on fire as it relates to front yard setback, building length, front yard platform encroachment, and roof eave encroachment. So you're okay with that?
Yes.
Members, any questions for the agent? And if not, is someone ready?
Are you asking for motions? You seem cut off.
Yes, I said, anyone has any questions for the agent, or if not, is someone ready for a motion? And we have urban forestry conditions 1 and 2 and the planning condition.
Danny Bellissimo would like to weigh in for motion. Although there's 9 variances, again, looking at these, the differences are very small with what's proposed and what's allowed. In my mind, they're very minor in nature, and move for approval on condition of forestry 1 and 2. There was a planning condition on this one too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And planning condition.
Okay, thank you. Seconder for that motion. Your hand go up? Sorry.
Laura Alderson.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, a motion to adjourn.
Happy to make that motion.
Thank you.
Happy to second it.
Thank you, Ms. Ruddick. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you for a good meeting, a challenging long couple of hearings, a couple items, and unfortunately one we had to adjourn after listening to for quite some time this afternoon. So
yeah, that was.
Yeah. Okay. Be safe, everyone.
Yeah. You too.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you, staff.
Thanks. Yep.